Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Move.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to be stopped.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a Thursday matinee edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular once again.
Hello. All right, so we had a little misprint in the thumbnail. We meant to say that we were featuring the Roger Waters concert shirt today. So as you can see, I am wearing the shirt. So what's our first segment, Keaton?
Yeah, let's go to our first segment.
Let's go to our first segment. Of course, I am joking. Roger Waters, the founding, one of the founding members of Pink Floyd, went on to an amazing solo career with Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, Radio Chaos, Amused to Death, who has always also combined the best tradition of the musician activist, unlike a lot of his peers, all the way down to the present day, not just back in the day. Please welcome our very special guest, Roger Waters.
Here he is.
Great to meet you.
In the flesh, shall we say.
We can say that if you want. Yeah.
All right. So you've been performing. I caught the obviously this is not a drill concert. You've been performing The Wall in whole or in part since 1980. And an element of it has always been a mock fascist rally.
Yeah.
Now I caught this from your concert. So we're going to take a look at a little bit of footage. This is my All right. Now, I grew up on that. So did everybody in my neighborhood. Nobody ever took it as anything other than a statement against fascism. I grew up in a very blue-collar area. People loved Pink Floyd. I never saw anyone misinterpret what the intention of that was. And yet, for some reason, I'd never heard this my entire life, that this was anything other than an anti-fascist statement. You had to go to court because they banned your concert in Frankfurt, fortunately unbanned it, but you had to go to court over this. Why do you think all of a sudden now, after all these years, after over 40 years, you get this misinterpretation of your album? And did you ever hear that before the post-October 7th era and your advocacy for Palestine?
Yeah, I heard it before October the 7th. You're talking about October 7th, 2023. That's
2023.
Yeah. That's only 3 years ago. Or is it? Yeah, exactly 3 years. Not quite 3 years ago. Oh, God, yeah, it was going on long before that. They've been trying to ban me from absolutely everything that they can possibly think of since I started to support the Palestinian resistance, which was in 2006. So that's 20 years. So that's 20 years ago. Well, October the 7th is only 3 years ago. So there's another 17 years that it's been going on.
So once you started speaking out for Palestine, people started calling out that element of the show and of the
Well, it's
law.
not just that. They started trying to destroy my career, the whole Israeli lobby, and they are powerful, you know. I can remember, Foxman, Abe Foxman. He's probably dead now. He's definitely no longer the head of the ADL because that appalling creep, Jonathan Greenblatt.
Yeah,
is.
Greenblatt.
But Abe was my man back in the day. We go back to those days, to the Abe Foxman days. And he actually used to try and have conversations, which was interesting. Though to give him his due, the appalling Greenblatt tried to get me to go to lunch with him about 5 years ago.
Really?
Of course, I told him to fuck off, obviously. It's the
You
last
should have told
thing
him you'd pay. Then he'd then.
there you go. You with your anti-Semitic tropes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I could have won him over.
we could laugh ourselves, you know, all through this, however long we're going to be talking to each other on here, but it's not funny. I mean, the shit that those arseholes have tried to pull on me is beyond anything that you can imagine. I'll tell you you know what they did to me in 2013, I think, or 14. Well, in 2013, a lovely, lovely couple called Bob and Lee Woodruff, who run the Woodruff Foundation, and which was started because Bob was a journalist and he went off to Iraq and got most of his head blown off, and they put him back together, thank God, because he's a lovely fella. And the couple, the pair of them, started this thing for wounded men, wounded veterans, called and every year they would have a concert at the Beacon or somewhere like a little theatre, called Stand Up for Heroes. And they asked me to get involved in it in about 2012, I think. And so I did eventually. I said, you know, I'm not very good with the American flag and all of that. But they went, no, this is about the men. I went, okay. They said, we've got a champagne party at the Natural History Museum next week. Would you come along, have a glass of champagne, wander around, meet a few people? So I went, yeah, all right. So I did. And there's this bloke, there's a Marine, obviously, he's in dress blues. He's in a wheelchair. He's got no legs and only one arm. And he was looking a bit forlorn on his own. So I thought, fuck it, I'll go and have a word with him. So I did. And I did that sort of awkward thing. What do? Do you bend down or do you squat or what?
Right.
Anyway, I did all this. I'm only smiling now because he's become a great friend, you know. And Juan Dominguez is his name, Dom to us. And yeah, he was sitting there and he looked up and he recognized me. And I thought, oh my God, he thinks I'm that actor. No, he didn't. And I can't remember the actor's name now, but it'll come back to me. And he went, and then he spoke and he went, wow. And then he went, I play the guitar too. And I looked at him and I thought, that's a bit of a fucking stretch. How? You know, you've only got one arm. I mean, you must be a bloody magician. And he saw the look of sort of horror and disbelief in my face. And he went, yeah.
He meant to say bass.
I don't, no, he didn't. He said, no, I don't play the guitar anymore. And then his face brightened. He said, now I play the drums.
I was going to say, he could have played the drums for the White Stripes.
And he fucking does. And he does. And he's a great drummer. He plays in a band. They will appear near you soon because they're still going. They're called The Resilient. Okay.
What are they called?
The Resilient.
The Resilient.
Okay. They're on the second leg of their tour.
Are they?
Yeah. No, just kidding.
Oh,
that was a
that
rude
was
joke.
a joke.
Yeah, it was a rude joke.
That was awful.
It's a mean joke.
Yeah,
Keaton does the puns.
Yeah, I do the puns.
Listen,
I do the puns.
I can see Dom laughing at that. I have. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I went, hey, I've got a good idea to Bob and Lee. I said, I feel a bit funny, all these people with no arms and legs going and showing off on stage. because I've got all my arms and legs. I haven't got a lot else, but I've got and whatever. And then I said, and then suddenly I had an idea, because I heard about a guy called Arthur Bloom who worked at Bethesda Naval Hospital, now called Walter Reed, in Washington, D.C. And he started a music therapy department at the hospital, taking severely wounded men and using music to encourage their rehabilitation. And I don't know where, I must have read about it somewhere. So I called him up and I said, listen, these people have been on to me. What if I come down there and meet some of the men? You know, and he went, that's a good idea. And I went, maybe we could start a band. And we did.
Really?
I'm a bit emotional because it was deeply moving. G. Smith, who was in my band at the time, and I flew down there and met some people, and we thought, fuck it, we can do this. So I called Bob and Lee and said, this is my idea. Put it to the committee, and they did. And the committee said, go for it. And we did a gig in 2013 at the Beacon with half a dozen of these guys, Tim Donnelly and him and Jake. I could name them all, but I'm not going to. Nathan. And then we did it again the next year, only bigger. We did it in the theatre upstairs at Madison Square Garden. And then the next year, I was out in the Hamptons in the summer, and I suddenly thought, why isn't my phone ringing? So I called Andrew Fox, is the producer who put those shows together for Bob and Lee Woodruff. And I knew he was out in the Hamptons somewhere on holiday. I went, Andrew, and he went a bit quiet. I went, get your fucking ass over here and we'll open a bottle of wine. I need to know what's going. So he did. And he told me, he was gracious enough to tell me that the Israeli lobby, they hadn't just infiltrated Stand Up for Heroes. Steve Cohen, the appalling billionaire who bought his way out of prison, who is very hugely Zionist and whatever, had laid down new rules. And the new rule was, if Roger Waters appears for your foundation, we will never give you another cent. None of us. And I mean, none of us.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Millions of dollars a year. Gone. That's what they do. And they've been doing it relentlessly ever since, in their attempt to sort of cut me off the map, make me disappear so that I'm no longer. Well, I mean, the story with the men from Walter Reed went on. We didn't do a gig that year, but we did one the next year. Not for Bob and Lee. We did one in DC called Music Heals, but it was great. And I still have a relationship with them. I still see them. And so the love never goes away, but neither does the absolute disgust for people like Steve Cohen and the rest of the lobby throwing. And I said, what about the men? Are the men going to do the gig this year? No. If they do it, people will ask the question, why aren't you there? So they're under the bus with you. Fuck off. Wow.
And let me ask you something. Sorry, if I could just
go
real
ahead,
quick,
kid.
because you've been talking about this history between you and the Israel lobby. It's obviously been going on for many years, and I think it was around the time of this latest faux controversy about the uniform and stuff that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. spoke out in your defense, and that was the first time I had ever heard RFK speak about you or anything. And he, comes out and defends you against these accusations of anti-Semitism. And then, I don't know, a few hours later or a day later, he got the call letting people know who you were. And then, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was a pro-Palestine. Do you have a history with him? Had you known him? Because it seems very strange that he wouldn't have known you were pro-Palestine. And if he knew you, because he sounded like he knew you when he said that. He's like, Roger Waters is great. Had you had it? Do you have any history with him? Did he have any reason to know any backstory about why they were coming after you like that?
I can't remember if I'd ever met him before. I sense there is a connection somewhere, but I'm not quite sure what it is.
Okay.
He was quite friendly at a certain point with a friend of mine from the Shinnecock Nation. And so I honestly, I can't really truthfully answer that question.
Okay. No, I was just curious.
I just don't remember, but
It just
But
sounded like
I
he was
remember
familiar
it
with you.
happening, and I remember
Yeah.
being glad to be spoken up for, and I remember being flabbergasted. And for
Well, talk about
fuck's
like
sake,
a lift
when
us
he-
up and drop us. Like at that time, I was like, I was so inspired that RFK came near defense. I'm like, oh, this
Right,
guy's great.
right.
And then a few hours later, oh, never mind. He doesn't like Israel. Well, I guess he is an anti-Semite. It's just the strangest thing because I don't see why he would interject himself into that conversation unless he knew who you were. And if he knew who you were, he had to know where you stood on Israel.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who
It's
knows?
a difficult journey inside the brain of that man, I suppose.
I think it is.
It's
Yeah.
partly
I'm
been devoured
sure-
by a worm.
You know, I'm sure he did great work for the fish in the Hudson River, but apart from
He
that,
did.
He did. I'm from the Hudson Valley. I know people who know him, who are friends with him, who vouch for his advocacy in that
There you go.
realm. But yeah, I was just curious. I just had to ask.
All right, now your anti-war activism, and for anyone who doesn't know, both your grandfather and your father were lost in World War I and World War II. I'm assuming that's what's behind this, or partly inspires this. Going all the way back to the 80s, I remember you speaking out against Sylvester Stallone, who was making all of these very jingoistic movies. I saw your Radio Chaos concert, and you were singing "The Tide is Turning." You said "The tide is turning," Sylvester. You said really call him out back then. And this is the height of the Cold War. This is the misappropriation of "Born in the USA" by Reagan, and they never came after you like this.
Yeah.
What is it about the particular Palestine issue? You've been speaking out against these kind of fascist, pro-war, imperialist narratives really your entire career, and they've never ruled you out of bounds like this. What do you think the difference is?
Well, it's Israel. It's the state of Israel. It's the failed Nazi state of Israel that is the problem, because they will support that state and everything that it does, as far as it goes, forever, because it's where they are philosophically. Whether it has anything to do with religion, I don't know, because I know a lot of people who are of the Jewish faith who do not support the genocide being committed by the state of Israel, and do not support the expansionism, and do not support killing Palestinian dogs in the West Bank, and all that appalling. Well, and Palestinian people, obviously, as many as they can every day, and so it has nothing to do with Judaism. It's a settler colonial, evil settler colonial movement to steal land. Well, this is our tradition. I'm a white European. We fucking invented it, Back in the 15th century, we discovered how to make big wooden boats and fill them with big metal guns. And then we set off around the world murdering anyone who didn't want their land to be plundered and their women to be raped and everything to be stolen. That is the model that United States of America is built upon. And you did it. We, not you, we, those of us who were on the Marie Celeste, or on the, not the Marie Celeste, who were on the Plymouth Rock. What was the name of the boat that landed? Anyway.
It's funny you bring that
The
up.
Mayflower.
Nina Pinta and the Santa Maria.
Mayflower.
Well, those were Christopher Columbus, yeah.
Yeah.
But the
Well,
Mayflower
whatever.
was the other one, yeah.
Whatever.
The English were on the Mayflower, yeah.
Well, so it's the English and the Spanish and the Portuguese and the Dutch and the Germans and whoever else. We thought, oh, this is Zion. Actually, they called it Zion, which was it was their Zion.
Right.
So the model was sort of built there, and with Magellan going off in the other direction, and and India and going to the east and blah blah blah. So that's only that's only 500 years ago, 600 years ago, so it's relatively recent in terms of human history, and incredibly recent in terms of the geological history of the Earth. So yeah, so those chickens are coming home to roost now. Those European imperialist, settler colonialist chickens have come home to roost. And the rest of the world is finally beginning to go, no, It was terrible then, and it's terrible now. And it was terrible then, and it is still terrible now. But we, the people of the world, have cottoned on enough that we're actually making a bit of a noise about it. I'm just a tiny cog, but a bit noisier than some cogs, because I was in a pop group for a bit, and I have a voice of sorts.
Well, you're
All
much
right.
noisier than everybody, than it seems like to be almost everybody in pop and rock groups. I know Russ has a question about that.
Yeah, we think of the 60s, 70s generation of musicians, of bands, as being a generation of activist artists. And yet you see Joan Baez actually painting a portrait of Zelensky there. You've got, not to start anything with you and Mick, but you have the Stones out on tour. You got Bob Dylan out on tour. You got McCartney promoting an album. What's that?
You said not to start anything with you and somebody.
Oh,
who?
Mick.
Mick who?
The Jagger.
Oh.
Because the Stones are out right now. None of this generation of artists, it seems, literally.
Charlie's not, is he? Because Charlie's dead.
That's right.
Well, yes.
I mean, I'm not laughing.
And that's one of those things that we often wonder what he would have made of this moment if he had been out there. Why do you think nobody, literally, I can't think of another iconic musician of that era who takes the stands you take on Ukraine, on Israel, on 9/11, as we'll get to? None of them. A lot of them are still touring. They're out there working, and not a word. Why is that?
Well, Mick, we know, he's interested in his physique and his bank balance, and fuck all else, as far as I can. maybe a bit of young Kiefer on the side, but he was always heavily oversexed, in my opinion, Mick Jagger. But I'm not one to be critical of my fellow artists, but there's no reason, or maybe there is. Maybe there's some correlation, and some psychologist or anthropologist at some point in the future will figure out that people who wanted to join pop groups and go and stand in front of hundreds of thousands of people showing off are unlikely to develop the empathetic side of their nature and care about poor people or brown people or people who have been murdered or the victims of genocides and shit like that, because they're busy thinking about how fucking cool they are, and it must be weird for them. I mean, it's pretty weird for us all to be aging, and we are all aging. But for some of them, it's like you look at them and you think, wow, I wonder what it feels. I wonder how this is feeling now. Mick sort of pretends it's not happening, I think. I've seen a couple of interviews with him recently, and I think they're fascinating because he's quite calm with the people who are asking him all kinds of personal questions, and also sort of not accusing him of things, but saying unflattering things. And he just sort of smiles and goes, yeah, well, yeah, it does make you different, when you're you're not like a normal person. He sort of thinks he's special. Well, he is,
right?
Obviously. In a way, but he's not especially Nazi, or some of them are, like that little prick in wherever it was who had a whack at me a few weeks ago, and he was writing his bloody name on artillery shells in Israel to be.
Oh, the System of a Down guy?
What?
The System of a Down guy? Is that the guy?
I don't know what System of a Down means.
The band guy. The band. There was a band leader who was signing missiles in Israel.
Yeah.
Maybe that was him, yeah.
Dannon something, or I can't remember his name, and I never will, and hopefully nobody else will either, because he's a complete prick, obviously. But it's it isn't an interesting question, because
I hope I got that right. I hope I didn't smear System of a Down on this. Oh, Disturbed. Thank you. Disturbed is the name of the band. Yes, my apologies to System of a Down.
You do not want to
smear the wrong. I did not want to get that wrong.
Yeah, David Draymond.
Thank you. Chat for the win. Yeah. Chat to the rescue. Yes.
You mentioned John. Do you think he would be speaking out today? about these things?
Who?
John Lennon?
John
think he'd
Lennon?
be-
Yeah, of course he would.
Hmm.
I have no doubt at all. I hardly knew John Lennon. I met him like twice, I think, when we were babies in Abbey Road, back in 1970, whenever it was. No, 67, 68, something like that. Yeah, we were making our first album when they were making Sgt. Pepper.
Wow. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I can remember pulling over. We were on the way to a gig and we pulled off in the Zephyr 6 into a lay-by and listened to John Peel playing Sgt. Pepper on the radio for the first time.
That's right. Because Piper at the Gates of Dawn was 67. And was that Sgt. Pepper too? Was that the same year?
Yeah, the same
wow.
time they were making it.
Wow.
Interesting, isn't it? So, and he was always a bit taciturn, John Lennon, I'm told. I mean, I don't think I ever met him again. I never got to know him or to talk to him. But I have no doubt that if we'd had the opportunity to converse, that we would have I would have got on well with him. Not when he was going through his Nielsen totally drunk, living in LA, whatever period, probably. When people are completely out their brains on alcohol, it makes conversation tricky, I think.
Yes, it does.
But, who knows? Actually, I'm told, I know people who know Sean who say he's a lovely young man and very together and intellectually sound and thinks things through and whatever. So I like to feel good about that. Growing up, being the son of that couple who were both loopy in their own ways, let's be honest. And that's good, isn't it? That he's turned into a kind of level head. I wonder what his position. You never hear him talking about Palestine. Why aren't they talking about it? Like him, Sean. Why aren't you talking about? Why isn't that part of your life's work? Think of your dad. What would have your dad have thought about it?
Didn't you, Russ, had a back and forth, right? Russ had a back and forth with Sean Lennon, right?
I had a back and forth with Sean Lennon, who frankly seems to be a little bit right-wing conservative about economics. I had a back and forth with him because he decided to go on and start going off on Marx.
Oh, really?
I basically told him someone from your background might not want to start getting on your high horse about that kind of thing, which he didn't like very much.
Karl Marx. We're talking
Karl Marx, yeah,
right,
not Groucho. Yeah, so.
Well, I've no idea what Sean Lennon's level of education is and how much Marx he's actually read, or whether he actually knows anything about Marxism or that political philosophy or not. A lot of people don't. They think they do. But it's very difficult to grow up in America and not absorb some of the poison from the propaganda.
Very much so. So I wanted to ask you, I saw your very first solo concert, and this is going to shock some of our audiences. I went to the Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking.
That's Arthur.
No, that's me.
No, it's not. I don't believe you. Fuck me.
That's me when I was 15.
You look very like Arthur Max, who was the lighting guy. No, he never worked for me solo. He only ever worked for Pink Floyd. We found him in Fillmore East in New York. Bill Graham's venue. I don't know where it was,
right?
But
I know exactly where that was. That
anyway,
was in East Village. It's a bank now.
Is it?
It's very depressing. They have pictures of the Fillmore in the lobby.
Yeah, well, fuck Bill Graham. I love Bill Graham, don't get me wrong, but come on, I want to talk about me. What about my first gig?
Okay, so the fact it was at Radio City Music Hall.
Was it?
The fact that I could afford it tells me it was pretty affordable, because I was not a rich kid. Yeah. And just a few years before that, I remember this because it was my first concert. I went into my piggy bank to pay $13.50 for my very first concert, which was Iron Maiden.
Right.
Now, I went a couple of weeks ago and I saw Rush, who are out on tour now. That was almost $600.
We all have
Now
our
that-
crosses to bear. Sorry, go on.
Oh, you don't like Rush?
Who?
Look, we're making news here.
Who? What is wrong with people?
They're a very undersexed band, Rush. I think.
They're
I think
very-
they're undersexed. The two in the they're in the other direction. They're really extreme in the other direction.
I will tell you, I will admit, because I was curious about that because of the reputation of their fans. Yeah, man, that audience was like 95% male and probably 99% white.
Oh, well,
but
it's definitely an undersexed audience.
Like 99%. But
I think when the Pope played Madison Square Garden, it was more of a sexed up audience than when Rush played there.
Okay, but that aside, so many of the things that used to be available to working people, and even like I was a poor kid and I was able to go see your concert. Today, people can't afford to go see baseball. They can't go see football. Working class people cannot go see concerts. And I can see the difference. When I was growing up, plumbers had favorite guitarists. And I think that's partly because it was accessible to them.
Right.
Why do you think it's become so expensive, and can anything be done about that? Does that bother you when you go out on tour? Like, I don't think that's coming from you.
No, I don't think I've thought about it. Well, I mean, the last tour I did was 22, 23, and it may well be the last tour I do. The idea of going and doing stadium gigs now does not appeal to me. I'm working like a dog. Well, much harder than my bloody dog. Where are you? Anyway, but you know what I mean. And so yeah, I'm sure it has definitely kind of worried me at points when I've been out working, how expensive tickets. And I've always watched it and tried to make sure that they were at least faintly affordable. You know, when I did the sort of biggest run on tickets I ever had was when I did when I was doing the Wall. The Wall tour was huge, as you know. When I did Buenos Aires, I think I did 9 shows in River Plate in a row in 9 days. And that's 65,000 people a night. So they can't all have been rich. They can't all be tops.
Right.
There must have been tickets that were affordable for more ordinary people. Because if you think about it, that's like 650,000 people or something. It's a lot of people. I don't know why I'm rambling. I'm not quite sure what the question was.
Well, why do you think it's gotten that expensive, and can anything be done about that?
No, well, yeah. You need to have a fucking revolution and get rid of the system of neoliberal capitalism that you've been slaving away under since fucking 1776, obviously. You need to tell Sean fucking Lennon it's not Marx's fault that there are problems in the world. In fact, Marx is a hugely important factor, even in the possibility of changing some of this shit. So the 0.01% don't own 99% of the wealth in the world and buy all the politicians and keep us in a state of perpetual war like this lot of wankers do. And I couldn't agree with you more. It's absolutely stunningly, particularly in a rich country like America, to see how poor people are. Nobody, the idea of like, even rent is insane, certainly around New York, which is where I live near New York. So, but the idea of buying a fucking house is like, what? Are you insane? No, of course, nobody can do that. This is so we're living in a cesspit of greed. And the greedy people are so greedy that they can't see that they're destroying it. And yeah, they will have to go and live in bunkers with armed guards on the gates, because the people will rise up, and it will get, well, they already are rising up a bit, but I always thought, for instance, on my one hobby horse, it's not a hobby horse, it's something I care deeply about, but Palestinian rights, freeing Palestine, restating Palestine as a country, as a democratic state with equal rights for all its citizens, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Druze, atheist, everybody, no masters, no slaves. Yes, from the River Jordan to the sea, blah, 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 and all of that. If that happened, that would be hugely symbolic for the rest of the world, because Gaza and the West Bank, the occupied territory, in Palestine in general, is a model for all of us. In a way, the working class in the United States are living in that model. They are slowly being starved to death by the ruling elite. And the ruling elite pay the politicians who make the laws and who this, that. So things are very, 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 very difficult. And that's why we, those of us, you and with your podcast and me with whatever I do, are doing everything that we can do, not just to free ourselves, but to free all our brothers and sisters from the shackles of capitalism and imperialism and settler colonialism, not Judaism or Christianity or Islam or Confucianism or whatever the Chinese want to call it. No, but from this idea that there is something admirable about becoming Jeff Bezos or Elon. Oh, but he's made $1 trillion. He must be clever. Or how could you possibly criticize? Isn't that wonderful? No, it's not. And by the way, I met Elon Musk once. I met him for my sins. I was on holiday in St. Bart's and I met him at a party. My host that day, who was a film producer called Bob Shays, I want you to meet this guy. He's amazing. You really have to sit down and talk. So I did. I sat and talked to him. Man's a complete moron. I mean, beyond all measure.
Now, why do you say that? Like, what about
he didn't? Because he didn't make any sense. He was just mouthing gibberish about things that sound a bit exactly like he does now with Starlink or whatever it's called, about going to live in Mars and all that shit. It's all complete nonsense, but he gibbers away. It's like he gibbered away about making tunnels under all the city. He gibbers away about crap all the time. And he got to know some people who made a average sort of electric car, the Tesla. It was nothing to do with him. He didn't have the idea. Nothing, absolutely nothing to do with it. He's never had an idea in his life, as far as we know. But we've all seen him at the inauguration giving his Nazi salute and gibbering about this and that. And then the whole Doge thing. I mean, I don't need anything more than his behavior and what he says in public to endorse my view from 15 or 20 years ago when I met him, that the man's a cretin. And yet he's a trillionaire. Well, this is an anomaly that we, the people, need to think about seriously. Is this what we want? Or Jeff Bezos, No, we want Chris Smalls to be looked after, who stood up to fucking Bezos and tried to start a union in Amazon, and they practically killed him for it. But he's still there and he's fighting, and God, I admire him, and I admire anyone who stands up to them.
So now you talk about the need for an uprising.
Yeah.
Me and Kate, we both come out of a theater background, and we very often talk about the fact that there's a need for revolution, but there seems to be a need without dancing. You came up in a period we often think of as a cultural renaissance. As I said, plumbers had favorite guitarists. They could speak knowledgeably about guitar solos when I was growing up.
No, the revolutionary time in that way, yeah.
That seems to be gone, and it's remarkable to me. You do have certain pockets. You have Kneecap. You have certain people coming up. But it seems like a cultural low point. It seems very strange that there's no artistic movement of the young that is very visible, very pronounced, that has the force of the movement that you were a part of and that artistic renaissance you were a part of. Do you feel that the culture is at a low point? And if so, do you think that's because of a corporate takeover of all of the institutions that create art and generate
Yeah.
art?
Yes, they've won. They have so far. The ruling elite, have won the propaganda battle. They own all the media, and people believe it. I mean, I live in America, so I talk to a lot of Americans, and they think I'm insane. They slowly come round to going, I think you were right in what you were saying 20 years ago about Israel, for instance, but you're completely wrong about America. The idea that you're suggesting that we're just a bunch of gangsters, going around murdering people and ripping people. And the evidence is right there going on in front of their eyes all the time. And yet, vroom, the shutters have come down. And so they can't. Well, if you think about it, in 1968, the students in Paris were ripping up the fucking cobblestones and throwing them at the police. There were pitched battles on the streets in the 60s, and they were in Grosvenor Square in London as well, the anti-war thing. And this, of course, was the sort of in the dying embers of the Vietnam War debacle, which has never really been done up to because it's not the only one. They were all terrible. All of it was terrible. Chickens about to come home to roost, obviously, in Korea, the whole North-South Korea thing, and all of it. The idea that this was going to work, that you could rule the world by being gangsters and by having an atom bomb and threatening people with it, that idea is still alive and well. The neocons, or whoever it was who destroyed, the North and South Tower and Building 7 on the 11th of September 2001, who were in government, probably, some of them definitely, there's no question about it. This is why it's going to be interesting to have the conference in a couple of weeks' time in New York on the 25th anniversary of 9/11, because there's just the faintest chance now that we, the people, might be allowed to discuss it in public and to actually even possibly find out what happened. But there's a thing where if you talk to people, ordinary people about this, they kind of go, They start humming Rush melodies and wondering about with their fucking eyes closed.
What do you have against Rush?
Nothing. I just that I know they're fucking useless and that I've never seen them or heard them. Or I couldn't. I probably have. I've probably heard them a million times and they just go whoosh. I don't care.
All right.
You know, they're not Billie Holiday. You know, they're not Jerry Mulligan. They're not. They're like I don't know. They're not wallpaper. I'm sure they're very technically great because people go on about, oh, he's such a great, and I go, please stop. I don't give a fuck. And I've got nothing against them.
All right, well, let me ask you about 9/11.
Stay tuned for our next guest, Getty Lee.
yeah, exactly. Next week. I'll ask you about 9/11 because we had a great segue there, and then Russ stepped on it. We had nice speak to me into breathe segue, if you will.
That's
there.
what I do.
Yeah, it's okay. You're speaking at this event, Turning the Tide, 9/11, 25 years later. Great roster of speakers here, 4-day event in New York City. Anybody who's interested in going, Russ will be attending as press, of course, is turningthetide911.org. You alluded to this in your last answer. There seems to be a very broad spectrum of people, myself included, who are called, 9/11 truthers, right? And there's many different schools of thought about this. There's the lie hop school, which is that the government didn't orchestrate it, but they knew it was going to happen and they allowed it to happen. Some people think they planted explosives in the building and actually took a proactive role in perpetrating the event. Where do you come down on that? What is your general feeling and attitude, or if you have one, a more specific theory of what happened that day?
Well, I'd love to know what happened that day. That's why I'm putting my shoulders to the wheel, trying to get an investigation. And a part of the way I'm doing that is I'm financially helping a guy called Matt Campbell, whose brother, Jeff Campbell, died on the 96th floor of the North Tower, or one of the towers anyway, on that day. And Matt has been trying to get an inquest into his brother's death in England, and it's going to the Supreme Court on October the 2nd. And so it was huge, the idea that, oh my God, they're going to, because the Attorney General in England had said, I actually have the supreme power to decide whether there's going to be an inquest, and I've decided there isn't. What? It's like back to the divine right of kings. This is pre-France, 1979, or 1779. This is insane. It's like the divine right of what? Attorney generals to decide whether we should investigate something under the law or not. So that's the battle we're fighting in England. Well, I'd like to see something similar happen. In fact, my speech to them, I don't want to give too much away, but will be about something that I wrote back in 2018, which is now 8 years ago, when there was a U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. His name was Berman, who tried to start, who announced a grand jury hearing into the events of 9/11, 2001. And I went, well, I'll say no more, because this is what I'm going to talk about at the conference. And but I was deliriously happy on that day. And I was also on that day, speaking of you being a 9/11 truther, I am ashamed that I hadn't spoken up, because you couldn't.
Well, this is my question. Okay, so you're obviously the most famous person I've ever gotten to ask this question to. When did you start having doubts about the official narrative of 9/11? Because not to monologue, I was 15 in October 2002 when they started talking about how they were going to invade Iraq. And it was at that moment, as soon as that chyron came on CNN, they're going to invade Iraq. I was like, oh, well, if they're using 9/11 as a pretext to fight wars with countries that had nothing to do with 9/11, that probably means they did 9/11. Like, it was just that's just where my brain went immediately. And I didn't even know what a false flag was. I knew nothing. It was just, all right, well, if they're using this as an excuse, they probably did it. And for years, I would kind of hear this topic get brought up and it would get dismissed. And I'm like, why do I feel like I'm crazy? Certainly people smarter than me and with a bigger platform than me and more resources than me have these same questions. Why is nobody speaking up? So how long was the period between when you started thinking, hey, maybe that's not what happened that day, and when you finally got to speak up about it?
Well, I about a week after it happened, I was
you were first.
I was certain that something was fishy, that what they say happened did not happen. It didn't make any sense. And then, of course, the minute there was even a sniff of Building 7, you go, well, that's proof. There's the proof. They demolished a building and pretended it had fallen down because of the fires in it. And its falling down was announced on BBC News television in England half an hour before it happened.
Yeah, before it happened, yeah.
So you don't have to be a rocket scientist to go, this is nonsense. And if that bit is probably all nonsense. And by the way, there were thousands of civil engineers, physicists, and architects marching within a couple of weeks going, these were controlled demolitions. Their story is not true. But the whole of the media had been totally shut down. This is the story. It was a mad Arab called Osama bin Laden, and he had these 18 terrorist Arabs, and they did it, and the buildings fell down because of burning aviation fluid. And that is the end of the story. And that's it. And obviously the 9/11 Commission was totally trumped up and transparently nothing to do with trying to find out what happened or explaining it in any way. And they've just done exactly that ever since, for 25 years since. So So when did I start speaking? I can't remember. Probably 10 years ago, something like that.
So there's that gap of time where you're thinking something's not right here, but as you said in the last question, you just couldn't say anything about it. Did you? You don't have to name names, obviously. Geddy Lee, we know. But you know, did you have any conversations with people who said, "Yeah, I agree, but I can't say it"? Like, why couldn't anyone say anything for so long?
Because the story was out there that if you do, you will be labeled as a lunatic and
Right.
you won't be able to say anything about anything ever.
Right.
Because you're the most lunatic fringe of all lunatic fringes. And
Right.
clearly you can't have an opinion about anything, because if you believe that, you're a fucking nutter and you're completely, totally out of order and blah, 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 blah. So that it definitely got through to me a bit, that because otherwise I would have been going, what the fuck is wrong with everybody? This is insane. And I was inside. And then when that commissioner of police from Long Island, Jeff Cuomo or something his name, came out and he went, "These are my comrades who you killed, and I want to have an investigation." They just shut him up. You've never heard of him again. He lost his job. He was moved on. He was this, that, and the. I thought, oh my God, this is a commissioner of the fire service from Grand somewhere or other on Long Island. This will wake them up. No, not even a flicker. That was about 10 years ago. Incredible. They're very, very good at just, and the reason that they can is because of this thing that I talk about, which is that when you've lived in America, at first, you know, before the iPhone, it was the TV set, and people would watch like 16 hours of television a day or whatever. Well, they've got you. It's just 1984.
That was Amused to Death, right?
Amused to Death. Exactly. It's exactly what the album was about. Yeah. So we've all been living in 1984 all our lives, and it's a question of whether you can resist it or not. And thank goodness there are good people who can resist, but boy, do they try. I mean, look at my friend Francesca Albanese, who's Italian. You know, they've locked all her bank accounts so she can't live. And they can do that. And the minute that they get us all to agree to a digital currency and forget the rest of it, then we're done, because then they just press a button and you're on the street. You're a homeless person with no money. And they will be able to do that if you allow them to. And people are going, no, they won't do that. No, it's all for our own good. Oh, Palantir, obviously Alex Kopp. Alex Kopp? Oh my goodness. And he does television shows. He's terrifying. Palantir. You know, I think in my new, I'm making a new version of The Wall at the moment, which comes at the end of a long story about being asked to put it on in the Sphere by Jim Dolan, who then his mate Irving Azov said, "You can't put him on. He's a bloody anti-Semite." So they went and they tore the contract up. Well, so there's a fucking good indication of.
You're talking the Jim Dolan who owns Madison Square Garden, like that one?
Yeah, that one.
Same guy owns the Sphere. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, he owns that. He owns the Sphere. He owns, Radio City Music Hall, funnily enough, talking about your thing.
I was a tour guide there.
I
had on my checks for years. Yeah.
Speaking of which, that reminds me that when I was watching those playoffs or whatever, I saw was it Letterman?
Must have been
Colbert, I know. McEnroe, because I know John McEnroe. I saw all those people down in the front rows of the thing, and I looked into the playoffs. This was the daft game where the Knicks came back from a 29-point and won it, and that was sort of the end of the whole thing. And they were all dressed up in Knicks colours and blah blah blah, and sort of congratulating themselves. And I looked into it. Somebody told me that the cheapest seat was $7,000.
Yeah.
That night, up in the fucking,
that's what I'm talking about.
Top of the bleed, $7,000 for a seat. And I remember thinking, hang on a minute, exactly what you were saying earlier. Sport used to be for us.
Right.
For
It's the bread and
people.
circuses. It's the whole point. Now
You
people
know-
are priced out of the circus.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's going on in England as well, but there are still people going to football matches, but it's more and more corporate and, reserved seating, season ticket holders. So if you haven't got $5,000 at the beginning of the season to put down or what, you can't go to a football match. And that was absolutely sort of sacred in England anyway. I'm sure it was here too. It's interesting to hear you say that. And yet, nobody cares, apparently.
I was in England a couple of years back
Yeah.
for Julian Assange's appeal
Yeah.
on his detention there.
Yeah.
And you in your concerts, you've spoken out a lot on behalf of Julian Assange. When I was there, I said to people, I'm a little nervous about being here. They said, why? And this was a few years back. I said, well, England is becoming very authoritarian and very anti-speech, and they seem to think it was funny back then.
Yeah.
There are all of these visions, I think, going back to 1984, going down to Children of Men and V for Vendetta, of England turning into this kind of fascist, authoritarian, anti-speech state. When you look over there and you see Richard Medhurst getting rousted, Catherine Wilkerson getting rousted, you getting rousted, are you afraid to speak there in England? Do you feel like they might freeze your bank accounts? Do you feel like it's going in that direction in the UK?
Listen, I went back in this summer past just for a few weeks. I thought I'd visit. But because of my public stance on Palestine action, I'm subject to arrest and the maximum of 14 years in prison for supporting a terrorist organization publicly. They are still arresting hundreds and hundreds of people in these demonstrations they have in Parliament Square or Trafalgar Square. Well, all they do is they sit and they have a piece of paper and they write, I support Palestine action, and the police come and drag them off into the paddy wagon and take them to prison. They let them out again. They haven't all been tried, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of them. Because obviously Palestine action is not a terrorist organization. It's a trumped up piece of nonsense, but the judiciary is completely corrupt, and they're finding more and more people guilty, and so on and so forth. And of course, in the next election, it will probably be Reform will win the next election, general election.
Now is that
Nigel Farage?
That's
He's just
Farage,
a Nazi.
right? Yeah.
He's just the new Nazi, and it's all based upon immigration, which is absurd. I mean, the percentage of the population in England that is immigrant is 0.08 of a percent or something insane. And yet they find it easy to drum people up and say, oh, they're destroying our... No, they're not. The ruling elite are destroying your fucking country, you morons. But will you stand up to them? No, you let them kick. You had one Labour leader who had a bit of spunk and who was ethically sound, Jeremy Corbyn, and you let them throw him out of contention in the 2019 election by the Israeli lobby because he was anti-Israel. So you called him an anti-Semite and got rid of it. But I remember at the time, the Labour Party conference in 2019, the issue of the IHRA definition that you talked about earlier, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, that started to include criticism of the state of Israel as an anti-Semitic act. That came up at the Labour Party conference, and they didn't contest it. And Corbyn sat there and said, fuck all. And I remember at the time thinking, are you insane that you're doing this? I very nearly rode back to Cambridge. I'm a townie from the town of Cambridge in the Fenlands, I think. On my bicycle, I very nearly rode back to go to the not the student union, to the debating society in Cambridge University, because they had just had a debate where they ended up the debate saying this House supports the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Are you insane? This is Cambridge fucking University.
Right.
This is where Newton went to Trinity College, you know, and did his sums about apples falling off trees or whatever he did.
Well, this is we've covered this a few times. When you look at the people drumming this up in England, they're all in the pocket of the Zionist lobby. You got Elon over there trying to start a race war, and they sent him out on the humiliation tour of Israel and Auschwitz. Tommy Robinson, he's another one. All of these people, they're trying to rile up all of this anger against specifically Muslims. And the Israelis in their own studies found getting people angry at Muslims is easier than getting them to directly support Israel. Like it's all a Zionist agenda.
But they do it by calling peace protesters hate marchers.
Right.
And the government does that, and the Metropolitan Police do that, and it's what they do. They go, oh, these are hate march. No, they're not. They're people marching in support of human rights and against a genocide that's going on right in front of us all. And so we live in a difficult time. So that's why I say, whenever I get a chance, we, all of us, are engaged in an existential battle for the soul of the human race. Because if we let these motherfuckers win, the Zionists, if we let Israel remain, we're done. That's the end of life on earth. We have to retake the moral high ground. No, we believe in universal human rights, like what we said on December the 10th in Paris in 1948. And we do, and we're going to demand it, all of us, all the ordinary people all over the world. But we have to fucking stand up and say it in public as loud as we can. And I know you know this, but
Roger, they say, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, King Crimson, good or shit?
I've got nothing against him. Who was in Mel, not Gibson. He was that Christian bloke. Mel Collins, saxophone player. He was in King Crimson.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like King Crimson.
And Robert Fripp is obviously odd. But he's odd in his own way. And I think a lot of the experiments that they made, and it was quite experimental, and even later, the reincarnations of it. Like, he did that Daft tour a couple of years ago with like about 6 drummers on stage. And I remember thinking, go on, my son, you show him. Because he's not without a musical identity. And so I admire Robert Fripp. I always have. So he was in King Crimson, wasn't he? Or have I got the name wrong?
No, he was.
He was. Well, since we went there, just one last thing. On the This Is Not a Drill tour.
Yeah.
All of your concerts, I have never seen you get into the history with Sid. I've never seen you really. I mean, it's wrapped up in a lot of the music. But I've never seen you address it in that way. It felt to me like it was intended as a swan song. Did you intend that tour to kind of be it? Or are you retired from touring?
No, absolutely not necessarily. I mean, the Sid thing, you know, the received wisdom out there in TikTok land is that we were a band, Pink Floyd, and Pink Floyd did this and Pink Floyd did that. Not when I was in the fucking band. Pink Floyd did what I wanted to do. And that, so Shine On You Crazy Diamond has nothing to do with the rest of the band. That's my fucking song. And I did that. And I did it because I loved Sid. He was my school friend. None of the others knew him. Well, Dave did a bit, but Dave wasn't there at the beginning. He came in when Sid went crazy. Yeah, Dave definitely knew him. They were at Cambridge Tech together, and I think they traveled a little bit, sort of just before Sid came up to join me in Stanhope Gardens in 65 or 4 or when I was 65, I think it was summer of 65. So, yeah, so the Sid story is, you know, it was pretty tragic. thing to live through. And he's all over a lot of the stuff that I've done since. So,
well, that's everyone thought it was acid, but it sounds like schizophrenia.
yeah, I've always thought schizophrenia exacerbated by acid.
Right. Right.
I don't think there's anything worse to treat the symptoms of schizophrenia than doing a lot of acid. It was not a good idea. I did tell his big brothers, and they did go and see him, and he did act for them, and they did ring me up and say, no, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with him.
All right.
Well, Roger,
Yeah.
they say not to meet your heroes. And after hearing your views on Rush, I'm forced to agree. Really, it's been the greatest honor of my career in this space. Thank you very much for joining
You're
us,
very
Roger.
welcome. And just for a final word on Rush, sure. I don't want to, I have no fucking idea who Rush are. I wouldn't be able to recognize a single note of anything that they ever played. So.
I mean, honestly, I'm not like a big Rush. A friend of mine had tickets and I went. Like they were part of my adolescence, so I like some of their music. I'm not. Okay. People are gonna come away from this thinking I'm like a Rush fanatic. Yeah. Like I like them in passing.
Well, I'm glad we've cleared that up.
It seems like you dislike them in passing.
No, I don't. I know nothing about them, to be honest. I don't. So I don't mean people think that I've singled Rush out for attack. I just don't care.
There you go.
Fair enough.
All righty. Well, you can see Roger at Turning the Tide 911. That's the website, turningthetide911.org. It's going to be in New York City, September 10th to the 13th. So there's more information on the website. Roger, I echo Russ's sentiments. Great pleasure and honor to meet you. Thank you so much for making time for us.
You're very welcome, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All righty. Have a great day.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
I will.
You got it. All right. Roger Waters, everybody. Big round of applause in the chat. Thank you very much. Of course. Yeah. Wow. That was great, huh?
That was amazing.
That was pretty amazing. Pretty cool stuff.
I was, I don't want to talk about death with an 82-year-old guy, but I said this to people. All my other heroes died before I ever got to meet them. Stanley Kubrick, Bob Fosse, like all of my artistic icons, right. They all passed away before I ever got that opportunity. I mean, Bob Fosse smoked like 3 packs a day, so
yeah, he was
no surprise there.
Yeah, Kubrick wasn't that old though, 60. Right? How old was Kubrick? Kubrick wasn't that old either, though, was he? I don't think Kubrick was an old man when he died. When did Stanley Kubrick die? This is like the Will Chamberlain thing now. Yeah.
Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick.
Gosh, it's got to be like 15 years, right?
No, I know he died like 15 years ago, but how old was he? He was 71. All right, so not terrible. Not terrible.
Not terrible, but not really
not old. Really old. Right.
Yeah, like all of my heroes died pretty young.
Yeah. Well, how old is Roger? What, 82, you said?
He's 82.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he opened with a joke about, not on the air about how much time he has.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, and someone's saying in the chat, speaking of, and I just did that review of Rocky Horror, Mr.
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry just obviously
Dolly Parton.
Obviously Dolly Parton, who was not as personally significant to me.
Right.
Right.
All right, well, we got 763 in the light column. There we go. We got 1793 in the YouTube chat, 434 over on Rumble. Please do smash that like button. Please do smash that subscribe button while you're here on YouTube, and that follow button over on Rumble.
Kubrick died in 99.
99, yeah. Well, I remember because he died before the AI movie came out. I think
Spielberg
finished
and then
that movie
Spielberg
for him.
took over, yeah.
Spielberg
and you can see like it's kind of a homage. It's definitely like a fusion of their styles.
Right.
When you see AI.
For sure. Yeah, 100%. All right. You want to read some super chats and some Rumble rants? So our Rumble rant app is broken, but I do have them in the back end of Rumble Studio, so I can read them. I just, at the moment, I cannot display them. Jake is working on it as we speak, so maybe it'll be up by the end of the show. Maybe it will not. But I can read them. I can read them, so I do have them. Oh, okay. He says it's working. Refresh your browser. Okay. Well, I can't refresh my browser because if I refresh my browser, then I go. Oh, I'll try it on a different browser. If I refresh my browser, I kick myself out of the
Hang
show.
on. So I'm doing super chats now.
Yeah, do super chats. I'll see if it works over here.
All right, hang on. Karagina, Roger, thank you for Grant Chester Meadows and so much more.
There we go. Now it's working. Okay.
Doug Ritchie, love Roger. The Wall was epic, but no one talks about the final cut, which is also absolute brilliance. Great interview. You know what? I was into the final cut before I was into The Wall. That was the first Pink Floyd album I bought, was actually the final cut. So for me, that's not true. Joel Libretti, what do you all believe Israel has on the USA? I mean, it's at its core. Well, I mean, they say George Washington had to sacrifice a baby to Baal and promise the U.S. to Israel. What can Bibi do to the USA if anyone in politics actually cuts them off money, et cetera? You know, I think there's a lot of blackmail, particularly with the current occupant of the White House. I think when you look at actually the movie Munich, I think it gives away a lot because at that time the Israelis were confident enough to basically make a movie showing that they fight dirty as like a point of pride. They were confident enough in unquestioned support for Israel to make a movie showing them doing honeypot operations and assassinations. But go watch that movie, man. I mean, I think they told you why. Because they've been doing this since before the founding of Israel. They were doing terrorist actions, blaming it on Arabs, like it's always been based on subterfuge. So think about 75 or 100 years of running operations like that. How much blackmail do they have on people? Aside from money, just blackmail. I think a lot of it is that. Well, if somebody came to you, suppose you know you keep your dick clean and all that. Suppose they come to you and say, "Hey, you got a daughter, right? Well, you want to keep having a daughter? What do you do? What do you do?" And I think they play that way. Gel Pearman, how can we have any pudding? How can we have any pudding if we don't eat our meat? That's the question I forgot. What's the meaning of that? Gel Pearlman, the village people draw more chicks than Rust. I mean, that was a pretty funny running joke there.
Yeah.
No name only is not available. I kind of want to hear Roger Waters talk about Rush all of a sudden. No name only is not available. Here's $2 for the Geddy Lee interview fund. I think we kind of missed the boat on that, you know.
Yeah.
If we although now maybe he would come on as a joke if we
defend his honor.
Wrong spell. New World Trade Center was fake when I saw the Lone Gunman show. Yeah, you remember that? They briefly had a spinoff. Do you know about that, Keaton? Keaton's not a big nerd, not that type of nerd. Yeah, so X-Files briefly had a spinoff of the Lone Gunman. Do you know the characters?
No, you're talking about the X-Files.
The X-Files had these kind of like, today we might call them incels. It kind of had these. I mean, it was really like foreshadowing two online young men into conspiracies. But actually, the Mulder and Scully would use them as a source because they knew all this stuff.
Right.
Gel Perriman, John Watton era King Crimson was based, as the young people say. All right. You want to read some?
Vienticus, everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and so you don't comply. Thanks, Vienticus. Dolly Parton's dead, Tim Curry's dead, and now Peter Cullen's dead. What a week. Yeah, coming threes. Coming threes. That's right. Abiding. Here's some crib notes, Russell, for your next deep dive. Forget Vance's list. Gavin's OS, late pre-80s third way, Murray's losing ground, plus Bloom's closing of the American mind, progressive branding. Thank you, Abiding. Appreciate that. All right, what do we got? Oh, yeah, this is good. Kevin, interesting fact, Keaton. Serge Tankian, lead singer of System of a Down, is very pro-Palestine, even writing a song about it. Yeah, that was almost the biggest smear since Will Chamberlain is confusing the Zionist band for System of a Down. I'm glad you guys caught that in the chat, because I wouldn't. I always considered them similar because I don't really like either band that much. Never really listened to them much. Although Serge Tankian had a couple of like side things that he did that were not bad, I think. But yeah, I got it totally confused. Totally confused. And yeah, I said that to Roger Waters, so I'm glad you guys caught me in time for me to correct the record. Stoop sign, Rush should have asked Sean Ono Lennon if he likes to read Salinger books. Yeah. Eric,
I mean, I went at him hard, and then I felt bad, and I apologized because, yo, man, I mean, look what happened to that kid, you know, like.
Kudos, getting Roger Waters. Nice, says Eric Russo. Now that the bar is raised, gets Candace Owens next to talk French politics. Yeah.
Listen, man, we could tell you now, but that was death-defying. That was up to the minute. We weren't sure if he was coming on or not. We didn't have a confirmation.
Speaking of artists, and 9/11, Building 7 is 0 for 1 in singing Godsmack songs. Yes, that's right. That's right. All right. Let's get going with some news segments, shall we? All right. Let me just make sure I got all my stuff here.
Yeah. Who's going first?
I'll go first. So let me just make sure I got that. Okay. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's make this happen. All right, so Gary, Indiana, starting to get some power back. I don't know if you've heard about this. This has been one of these stories that gets some coverage, but not enough. But there was this thing. I had never even heard of it. I even had to look up how to pronounce it because, you know, I'm not a weatherman. Most residents of northwestern Indiana have power roughly 2 weeks after a derecho. You ever hear of a derecho? Derecho is like an unusually prolonged...
Derecho would be to the right. No,
What's
to
that?
the left. To the left. Derecho would be to the left.
Apparently you pronounce this a derecho. I looked it up because I had never
Really?
heard of this word. Yeah, that's what Google says. That's how you say it. So I don't know. It sounded weird to me.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
A la derecho. Yeah, it's the left. Is that the left or the right?
Well, you thought that's a different language. This is an English word, apparently.
Oh, it's an English word. Oh,
yeah. It's a word for a weather event. It's a prolonged windstorm.
A la izquierda is to the left. Al derecho is to the right.
To the right, right. But this has apparently nothing to do with that. Apparently, this is a prolonged windstorm that knocked the power out in Gary, Indiana. The storm and tornadoes had cut power to over 300,000 residents. Some residents lived in the dark, waiting in long lines for gas and scrambling to get generators. So let's take a look at this video here.
Homes in the black, in the dark, with no electricity.
You got to think about Gary is predominantly black. And look how they treating us. It's terrible out here, man. It's terrible. And it shouldn't even be this way in 2026, man.
Food critic Keith Lee, Indiana Pacers point guard Tyrese Halliburton, and other organizations hosted a relief. Residents at the event called for power to be restored.
Everything that I had in the fridge is gone, spoiled. We should be a disaster.
It's nice of Halliburton to do something good for a change. Northern Indiana Public Service Company, that's NIPSCO, said it had expected to restore power to residents in Gary, Portage, and Lake Station by midnight, August 25th. But 2 weeks in the summer heat without power. The Root did a video during the outage. Let's take a look at this.
Believe no one is over here helping Gary.
Thousands of people in Gary, Indiana have been without power since August 11th.
The National Weather Service informed us that Gary faced the strongest winds, which reached 99 miles per hour, equivalent to a Category 2 hurricane.
All the power is out, as far as I know, all across Gary, Indiana.
They're losing food. Homes are getting warmer.
They do not have money. and some of the cards aren't even working. I ran into some ladies that had children, and my heart broke.
My name's Aja, and I'm going on day 7 of having no power in one of Indiana's worst blackouts and one of the highest crime cities in Indiana.
NIPSCO, the company that services 100% of customers in Gary, are now saying that it may be until next Tuesday until many people get power back.
We're on day 9 of no power in Gary, Indiana.
My neighbor across the street, my teacher down two streets down, we have no air in here.
Schools are closed. Families are throwing away spoiled food. People are driving to Illinois just to find ice for insulin.
I am from Gary, Indiana. I was born there, raised there until I was about 8 years old. My family is from there and people still live there. And many people are telling me that they still don't have power. They have trees on top of their homes. One of my cousins sent me this video of a grocery store completely decimated, food spoiled. This is also where the city gave people vouchers to, $150 of vouchers, but this was the only place that they could use the vouchers.
I, for one, have not seen anybody else outside of Gary, Indiana talk about what's going on in Gary, Indiana. And I don't like it.
Gary, Indiana specifically is also almost 85% black. That's important.
I think this should be national news, and it's crazy to me that it's not being talked about.
Yeah, so even the grocery stores had no power, and you had massive food spoilage at grocery stores. So Indiana governor calls for power company to be investigated. Nearly 4,000 customers in the Gary area remain without electricity almost 2 weeks after an intense storm. The utility has pledged to restore power by Tuesday. That was this past Tuesday, where they're now saying they have most people's power back on. Governor Mike Braun of Indiana called for an investigation into the regional power utility on Monday after households in Gary and other cities have been left without power for nearly 2 weeks after a storm. The utility, Northern Indiana Public Service Co., NIPSCO for short, as it's often called, had promised that power would be restored by Tuesday to the nearly 4,000 customers who were still in the dark after a storm that ripped through northwest Indiana on August 11th. The storm toppled trees and knocked out electricity at one point to more than 370,000 customers. NIPSCO is a monopoly utility that Hoosiers pay every month with the expectation that it will use its considerable resources to maintain its system, prepare for severe weather, and restore service as quickly as possible when disaster strikes. Mr. Braun, a Republican, said in a statement, NIPSCO has failed to keep its end of the bargain. As another work week dawned without electricity in homes and businesses, residents of Gary said the delays had become intolerable. Many people said they were exhausted and frustrated with little money left for food, bills, or gas to run their generators, if they had them at all. Here is some residents outside of a store. There are people starving in Gary. The grocery stores are empty. Now, the elephant in the room here is whatever T-shirts these people are wearing. I don't know how to explain this. I've not seen any research about this, but look at these T-shirts.
All of our food, so the community is trying to come together and look out for each other.
Random
giving
Star
away
of David
food
in the middle of
and supplies and things of that nature.
No, actually, well, that's very smart. They're trying to pretend to be Israelis to get some help.
Yeah, maybe. There you go.
That's a
maybe
very
the government
good tactic.
will send help if they signal that they're Israelis. Yeah.
Out here every day feeding people. Power has been out for
They can
12
claim
days.
anti-Semitism.
A lot of the citizens in the community, they've been in the dark.
Bro, you got a headlight on. Like, for survival.
It'd be dark.
Yeah, so the first shirt said SOS. I thought SOS Indiana. Okay, that makes sense. But this is B Israeli flag S Indiana. I don't get it. B Star of David. Like, I don't know what to make of these.
Yeah, I don't really understand it. I mean, in all seriousness.
Yeah. We witnessed miles and miles of power outage and so many safety hazards. Gas stations
How are you guys
down.
surviving? Like, what are you doing?
Going to the community events. All the food in my refrigerator spoiled. I had to spend a night in the hospital because they said I'm dehydrated. I have an upper respiratory infection and a UTI from not drinking not enough water. Got sickle cell and I get sick easy, so.
It's kind of like a guessing game. A lot of the gas stations are being ran with generators. See the generator right there?
Oh, wow. That's everyone out here getting gas from a generator.
Yes. Yeah. Due to NIPSCO, they had the funding and money to repair things. They were charging us high rates on electricity and gas, but they did not put the money towards things that could have prevented this from happening.
Wow.
Yes. I just want to thank everybody who has been tuning in, spreading awareness. We are very grateful. If it's anything you can send here, food, supplies, drive on in, and we'll be out here. Thank you so much.
Maybe they are the Black Israelites. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I tried looking.
Well, actually, that is probably the case.
I can't imagine those are random, right? I mean, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But Breakthrough News reports here that through all of this, apparently NIPSCO was still sending utility bills through all of this. While they were, working hastily to restore power, they were making sure that people were up to date on their bills for the electricity that they are now 2 weeks without having received. NIPSCO is still sending bills to Gary, Indiana residents despite 14-day blackout. Oops, sorry. I muted that by accident. Here we go.
Bills. Everyone has at least $1,000 bill. I just was telling him my bill is $2,800, and it's only me and my daughter in the home. She's in her room. I'm in my room. We don't sleep with lights on. We don't sleep with TVs on. None of that. But every month I'm seeing a $600-700 bill, and they can't tell me why my bill is this high. But if I don't pay this bill, guess what? I'm gonna be sitting in the dark.
Slash the bill. Slash the bill, man. Because I live in a one-bedroom. I shouldn't be paying $100 and something, and I live by myself. I'm paying $130 something, and I live by myself. All of a game or TV. Come on now.
You are a millionaire right now with all of our money, and we are sitting at home in the dark. And my refrigerator went out when the power went out, and when the power came back on, my refrigerator is still dead. I'm gonna need y'all to get it together.
Yeah. Kerwin Olson, the executive director of Citizens Action Coalition, a utility watchdog in Indiana, said that NIPSCO has had a poor reputation with consumers for decades. That reputation was built on complaints about long wait times when calling customer service, he said, and rising utility costs in recent years. Indiana residents have also criticized the utility's investment in data centers. Oh, well, that could explain the higher costs, which they say will drive up their bills even more. NIPSCO has the highest rates of any utility in Indiana, records show. It's basically a monopoly. I mean, there are some other companies there, but very few. You know, it's like National Grid here in New York, or, Con Ed in the city, right? So More Perfect Union reports, we went to Indiana where thousands of people still haven't had the power switch back on. In Gary, Maryville, and Hammond, schools are closed. Families are throwing away spoiled food. People are driving to Illinois to get ice for insulin. That's right. Power rates are higher than ever, but people in the region are being put through hell just 2 years after Blackstone bought into their power company. Now residents are fighting back against the utility company, filing a class action lawsuit against it for negligence. So let's take a look at their report.
No electricity.
I paid $2,500 for power. I'm still out of power 2 weeks later.
NIPSCO full of shit. They ain't did nothing for us.
I'm in Gary, Indiana, a majority black city where tens of thousands of people have been without power for 2 weeks following severe storms.
And I have never seen a storm so devastating in my entire life.
Residents in the region have been outraged with their power company, NIPSCO, Indiana's second largest utility power company that services 1.4 million Hoosiers.
After about day 3, a lot of us were getting worried. Okay, we pay our money, we pay our utility bills, but we have not heard from NIPSCO.
While infrastructure is being developed across the state to support its 125 data centers, somehow this working class community is struggling to get the basic utilities they need restored while having to pay higher rates than ever.
We probably saw like an increase of, I want to say like between 30 and 50% increase in our utility bills.
2 years ago, Blackstone, a private equity firm, bought a nearly 20% equity stake in NIPSCO, and rates have skyrocketed since.
My first NIPSCO bill was $450. My last NIPSCO bill was $2,500. NIPSCO is almost like the price of our rent. They're being very greedy, and our prices are very high, and we're not getting much service.
Why haven't we been made a priority to get our power back? Personally, I think data centers have been made the priority.
Gary is a working class city where the average income is less than $40,000, and it's located in the middle of Data Center Alley. NIPSCO's parent company, NiSource, is creating a data center only utility and throwing resources there. Meanwhile, the residents of Gary have been suffering.
In terms of rural areas that house a large black population, a large brown population, making sure that they have power is not exactly high on the list of priorities.
A community that lacks resources, that is a food desert at times, that lacks in the educational system, that lacks resources from government. Why isn't this getting the attention that it truly needs?
Well, I think that's multi-pronged. I think a big part of it has to do with, obviously, it's a poor black city. But I also think a big part of it...
You would never see that shit in Grosse Pointe, man. Never.
You would not see that in Grosse Pointe. That is for sure. But I think the other part of it is that, monopolistic for-profit energy companies combined with a data center expansion is going to mean more of this throughout the country. I don't think they necessarily want word of what's to come getting out. A lot of people said those COVID lockdowns were practice for the energy lockdowns, which could be much longer lasting. I think there's probably a lot of truth to that. So let's take a look at this from Now This Impact that kind of make a similar point there.
An 18-month blackout as one city in Indiana has been dark for almost 2 weeks. Not enough people are talking about it. More than 8,600 households in the predominantly black city of Gary, Indiana are still without electricity nearly 2 weeks after a storm knocked out power for 300,000 homes and businesses across the state. It's caused medical complications, spoiled food, and supply shortages. Responses from the government and power company have been slow and limited, leaving poor communities without adequate support, raising a frightening question. What happens if the national power grid fails? A new report from the New York Times warns that the power grid is at risk of a major nationwide blackout that could take 1.5 years to fix or longer. That's if just 9 crucial substations were somehow disabled or destroyed. Imagine the chaos that would cause and the lives that would be lost. Who among us would be left without help? I can take a few guesses. And we're left more vulnerable because we haven't updated the grid's infrastructure in decades. We've been busy fighting about the 2 trans people who play sports. Now more than 75% of the US's distribution transformers, like the ones that power our homes, are older than their 50-year life expectancy. The thousands of people still without power in Indiana demonstrate just how fragile and unequal America's infrastructure and disaster response really is, and that our government really doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that you have a degraded infrastructure plus for-profit monopolistic utility companies plus data center expansion. Yeah, obviously you could see a lot more of this. And of course, the poor black neighborhoods are the neighborhoods that get hit first. You don't know neglect unless you've traveled to some of these inner city areas. And I would accent, in the middle of the country, in the Midwest. We spent some time in North St. Louis when we were filming the African People's Socialist Party documentary last year. And, I grew up, I didn't live in the city of Newburgh, but I went to school deep in the inner city of Newburgh, which is the poorest, most violent, most dangerous city in New York State. And you drive through Newburgh and you see neglect, you see squalor that shocks a lot of people who have never been to Newburgh. But downtown Newburgh looks like Times Square compared to northern St. Louis. It looks like the center of the world compared to the neglected neighborhoods of some of these neglected middle American cities, like St. Louis and like Gary, Indiana, which is very close to Chicago, so everybody knows. Chicago is right on the lake, and then Gary is right across the state line. Yeah, so you're talking about just absolutely horrible criminal neglect. The people in these communities may as well be living in the Wild West. There is no state support whatsoever. They may as well not exist to the government, and that is why these people went 2 weeks without power. It's the same story. When we were in St. Louis, there had been a tornado that ripped through the neighborhood a few months prior to when we got there. No sign of any support, no construction crews, no cleanup crews, no nothing. They just left the place in ruins. Now, the more insidious theory of that, which I subscribe to, and we heard a lot of people on the street say, is that they want to basically drive them out of the neighborhood. They want to communicate to these people that you don't provide enough revenue to the city or the state because you're poor, and so we want you out of here so we can buy these lots, build luxury apartments, and get, the rich hipsters to move in. So, it's the same story everywhere you go. But the neglect of these communities is just nightmarish. And the fact that you got these people going 2 weeks without power, even the stores don't get generators, even the grocery stores don't get anything to make sure that the people can at least come and get food. Or what about medical supplies? People traveling to Chicago to get ice so they could keep their insulin usable. It's just absolutely grotesque, and we see these stories pop up every now and then. And luckily now it seems like power is being restored. But Russ went to China and he said they pay $7 for electricity, just the status quo
in the
what these
summer
people pay.
in the desert.
Yeah, just the status quo of what these people pay for power. It's not a surprise at all.
Yeah, so a couple things. I hung around St. Louis longer than you did. So I got around downtown, like off all of the, they're still commercial districts, but they're like abandoned.
Right.
And yeah, you see that all over the country where you see it's very post-apocalyptic because you see these buildings that were clearly part of a much more prosperous time where they're beautiful Beaux-Arts buildings and neoclassical and Art Deco, and they're just falling apart and empty now. Or they might have like a little business in the bottom that's kind of down on its heels, but it's so cheap that they can afford to have a storefront. And they're just depopulated. That's one of the weirdest, creepiest things about all these places. They were built for much larger populations that are all gone now. And you can kind of see some of what happened in that because I grew up in New York at a time when New York was everyone's nightmare post-apocalypse, and those parts of the country were supposed to be the good parts. And New York felt very post-apocalyptic that way when I was growing up, where you would go into a place showing 3 B kung fu movies for $1.50 that had like a peeling cyclorama on the ceiling because it used to be a grand theater where they would have had the stars of Broadway performing. And you'd have at the back of the stage, they stuck some screen and you're watching kung fu movies there. Now, of course, Disney bought all that up and it's all restored and everything's pristine and beautiful. And it's the opposite. You go out to those parts of the country, it's like when I was growing up. And same thing in New York. New York was depopulated.
Right.
New York lost like 800,000 people. So that's why rent was very cheap. That's why you had something you can't even imagine. You watch Midnight Cowboy now. The idea that they live in an abandoned building in Times Square, it's inconceivable.
Right.
But it was like that then.
Sure.
You did have abandoned buildings around Times Square. So yeah, you can really see how they transferred the wealth to the coastal cities and sucked it out from those places over the last 40 years. It's completely reversed now. But this is a really good lens for a lot of what we've been talking about politically. Some people, not everybody, but some people say, why are you glazing China? Well, okay, go back and watch this segment, and that's the answer. That's my answer. What I have been saying is, for most people, China's better. For most people. That's what I saw. Because, yeah, man, out in the supposedly very, suppressed and abused Uyghur region, I didn't see any of that. Arnaud Bertrand just dropped an article. He rented a trailer, a camper rather, with his family. He drove around the Uyghur region for 2 months and just wrote an article about it, basically saying what I'm saying. I don't see any evidence of what they're talking about. I can't say I was everywhere. He clearly traveled around that region more than I did. But the fact that that area, which, okay, this is a remote region. That's as remote as it gets in China, right? That's the farthest away from the center of power. It's as far from Beijing as you could get. And you could see they put money and resources into the area. You could see it just from the infrastructure, the lights. They didn't just neglect it the way that we've neglected entire parts of our country. There was no place I went in China that looked like, yeah, fuck you guys. We don't care. Whatever. Drop dead. There was no place there like that. Now, in terms of what we've been discussing these days about the Democrats or revolution or this kind of thing, the reason that I say, look, if you got a guy running who's against data centers and a guy running who's for them, and that's where you live, sure, vote for the guy who's against data centers for the sake of people like this, man. Like, maybe they won't follow through on what they say, but I can't just throw these people under the bus. And the reason I can't throw them under the bus is there's no option on the table. And I think this is where a lot of people run into a reality they don't want to face. I've come to believe, partly at the guidance of my own audience telling me, read this, read that, there's been a decades-long psyop aimed at taking everybody who's competent, who has leadership abilities, who has organizational abilities, and convincing them to go join McKinsey as the best way to help people, right? You're gonna scale housing. You're gonna hack poverty, right? They took all those people who might have led socialist or Marxist-Leninist organizations or led union drives, and it's the winners take all and non-Jira the hardest thing. They convince them all the best way to help people is to scale altruism with corporate partnerships. What you're left with are a lot of emotionally damaged, very neurotic people who want to use politics as a weapon to rule other people morally out of bounds, and they're really not interested in movement building. You know a thing by what it does. If you're interested in movement building, you spend more time persuading than scolding and castigating. Anyone with an ounce of brain in their head knows that drives people away. So when you see a movement that just does that, the people in that movement are not actually trying to build anything. So at that point, yeah, fuck, man, of course, vote for the guy who's against the data center. I can't tell people, you could make an accelerationist argument for me. I have a Machiavellian streak. I'm not unpersuadable on the idea that the ends justify the means, but you got no freaking means and you got no end. So at that point, what are you telling these people to sacrifice for? Or what are you choosing to sacrifice other people in favor of? That doesn't mean don't build organizations. It means the opposite. Build organizations that are serious enough and formidable enough and well run enough that you can make that case that, hey, man, it's time to suck all the political energy out of these parties and put it to the people. But you know what? Sabby said it the other night. I agree with her. That probably won't happen until people are starving, man. Like, it takes a lot to get people to agree to a revolution. And unfortunately, given the state of the left, I believe if that comes tomorrow, the revolution they're going to be most open to and the people who are most organized to channel that energy are going to be fascists, because there is no revolutionary left capable of organizing a hopscotch game, much less taking over a city council, even anything.
Could barely get Roger Waters on the show. Kidding, of course. Kidding. Love you guys. No. What was I gonna say? So when I had Mark Mitchell on a couple weeks ago, I did a pre-tape interview, and he's a conservative pollster, but he takes public opinion for a living. He parses out slogans from policies and labels from ideas for a living. He's very good at it. And one thing he said that was very kind of insightful, he says, when you poll people on capitalism versus socialism or communism, is a more exaggerated version, capitalism always wins as a label. But he said, when you ask people, do you think certain industries should be nationalized? they overwhelmingly say yes, like healthcare, or I don't know, for example, if you ask them about the power grid, but I would assume, since he's made a broad point about, yeah, people tend to think, and this is the common thing, if something is big enough, expensive enough, and important enough, the idea behind that school of thought is it can't remain solely in private hands. Like the roads. The reason we have public roads is because roads are too big, they're too expensive, and they're too important, right? You have a private bridge because if a guy charges $300 to get from New Jersey into Manhattan, well, then people got no other way to get there, right? Oh, take the other bridge. All right, well, if they're all in private hands, then what do you have? Now you're paying $100 to cross the bridge, right? So the idea is that a power grid is the same thing, right? It's too big, it's too expensive, and it's too important to leave, entirely in private hands. Add to that the expansion of these data centers, which are also for profit. Yeah, man, you're talking about a fucking hellscape where people are just gonna be left in the heat or the cold, wherever, depending on where you live. You need power to live. You need medicine. You need food. And, the Elons of the world are just, it's not even that they're evil. Some of them are. They are reckless. These tech people, these entrepreneurs are completely reckless. They don't, it's move fast, break things. That is what you have to understand about these people. Oh, what if we overwhelm the power grid? Yeah, well, we'll work it out when it happens. That's the way they think. It's not, let's not do something in case we cause disaster. It's, hey, when disaster strikes, we'll deal with it. After all, we're the Ubermensch. We'll figure it out because we're so smart.
Yeah. And what you're also seeing is, as Marx predicts, Sean Lennon's views notwithstanding, it eventually, the roads and the power, it's too big to not have the public own it. In the end, when you have capitalism, eventually the logic of it inexorably is going to lead to a concentration of wealth that overwhelms those kinds of public protections.
Right.
And that's where we are. That's why Francis Scott Key Bridge, a lot of people point this out. Iran already rebuilt the bridges we bombed. Francis Scott Key Bridge isn't supposed to reopen until I've seen 2028, 2030. Can't even rebuild one bridge.
I flew over the Francis Scott Key Bridge because we landed in Baltimore on our transfer flight to LA. So for most of you guys know, I had a little vacation this week for my wife's 40th birthday. So happy birthday again to my wife, Amanda. We flew over Baltimore. We saw the bridge. And I said, oh, yeah, there's that bridge that I forgot. I forgot about it's been that long since the accident. I forgot the accident even happened. And they're years from it being done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just fucking insane. It's the third world. It really is.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on here, folks. All right, folks. So, hey, we got another fun announcement that we want to share with you all. So, we're down to 2 shows a week, and some of you guys are very upset about that, but, we promised we'd make it worth your while, and I think we've held up our end of the bargain so far. And so yesterday, which was my first or second full day back, I forget which time.
We had Roger Waters on today because we had the bandwidth to organize having Roger Waters on today.
Right, because we weren't doing a show on Tuesday. Right, exactly. And but on Wednesday, we had to sit down with Sneeko. Yes, so we did interview Sneeko. And that full interview, unedited and uncensored, is up now on our Substack as an early release for paid members. I will get our patrons and locals paid members the link after the show. Kind of a crazy day so far, so I didn't have a chance to send that email out. But it is up on Substack right now, full and unedited. We will release the full interview to the public on Tuesday. We're thinking of streaming it at our normal, what used to be our normal showtime, Tuesday afternoon. We'll have the confirmation on that on Sunday. But we will premiere the full interview on YouTube and on Rumble, and we'll send it out to our free subscribers on Substack next week. But if you can, sign up, dudissidents.substack.com. If you can become a paid member, it helps us out a lot. Also, the cool thing about becoming a paid member is, due to some copyright rules on YouTube and some community guidelines concerns, there's some supplemental materials that we show as part of the episode that we're either going to have to abridge or omit for YouTube. For example, Sneeko was featured in a Louis Theroux documentary that's on Netflix. Netflix is very copyright happy on YouTube. Once again, there's no legal issue. It's just they'll block it. But even though it's obviously fair use, they'll block it anyway. So there are going to be certain pieces of this that we're going to have to cut up a little bit. I'm not sure exactly how. I'm going to upload it to YouTube as a test and see what they give us problems about, and then I'll edit it accordingly. We won't edit any of Sneeko's words, obviously. That would be unethical. But the supplemental materials, some of the presentations are going to be altered and or cut from the version that goes out to the public. So to make sure you get the full, unedited, uncensored interview, if you could sign up for $5 a month at dodisins.substack.com, that helps us out tremendously. If you're already a paid member on Patreon or Locals, I'm going to send a link to this video so you will get to watch it as well. But we did sit down with Sneeko. The full interview is about an hour and 45 minutes. And we have a short clip that we're going to play here. Russ, do you want to set this clip up? This was a question you asked him about the brown-white nationalists.
Yeah, so it really struck me as part of my research for this segment, but it's occurred to me before, that so much of this manosphere, the so-called manosphere, is non-white people who are kind of modeling these very white supremacist attitude. Even Nick Fuentes, I mean, he wouldn't get into KKK. He's part Mexican. They ain't going to take Nick Fuentes. So I asked him what that was about. Now, if anybody follows this space, they know he kind of considers himself having left that space. But this is what he had to say about why that was.
All right, let's take a look here. We'll full screen this.
Strikes me looking at this whole manosphere space is it's infused with a lot of white nationalism, white nationalist rhetoric. Seems to be very bound into it. And yet it's dominated by people who would not pass the entrance exam for the KKK. Yourself, you're Haitian, right? Nick is part Mexican. Kanye's black, obviously. Myron Gaines is Sudanese. Andrew Tate is part black. So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing young men who are modeling a lot of behavior that is stereotypically white supremacist and sometimes overtly white supremacist. What do you think is that Stockholm syndrome? Is that identifying with the oppressor? Why are so many white people involved in a space that codes as white nationalist and is white national, very often directly affiliated with white nationalists?
It's being pushed so much by Elon and by Trump. It's a populist movement that's extremely profitable. And people like to complain endlessly about things that can't be changed because then you create a boogeyman. And now the white man is oppressed, the birth rate's declining, and the minorities are taking over. It's a very profitable system. Matt Walsh leans into it too. I don't think Ye, for example, I think the song could be taken out of that conversation. People always leave out the fact that he is saying like Ninja Heil Hitler to be PG. But yeah, this has grown a lot. But the reason I wanted to ally is because they were also agreeing that Israel has too much control in this country. And so I've put in a lot of work, and I even put that guy on. You know, he says also that Sneeko really put me on before anybody, before Ye 24, before October 7th. He set up a lot of collabs, and he really, he put himself out. I got banned. Like 2 of my strikes were for things that he said on my stream before it was normalized to bring him on. But
you do a pretty good Fuentes. That's pretty good.
Once you see the hands, it's like it's hard to. You really put me on. You need to die for me. If you're not a white nationalist cat, if you need to be loyal to me, it's just this is cult leader, cultish rhetoric. But so many of them agree. I want the people on the right that want to put America first. Like, yeah, this is the most important issue. Our country's occupied. It's never been more obvious. You see Ivanka Trump yesterday with Miriam Adelson. She's saying that she converted to Judaism 2 years before she married Jared Kushner because family values or whatever. It's never been this outright. And but we need to make a rapid change. And so I made a major effort to build bridges with people that agree on this issue, even if we have differences. But it gets to a point, and the favor was never returned for any of these people that I put on for platforming. No one tried to help me in return. It's like, that's not really why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I care, and I face a lot of repercussions for it.
All right, so that's a short piece. Like I said, the full interview will be premiering for the public next week, but if you can sign up and become a member, it helps us out tremendously. DoDissidents.substack.com, $5 a month, or you can sign up for $50 a year. You get 2 months off, 2 months free if you do it that way. That's the Jewy way to do it, if you will. Or you could do our Goy rate of $5 a month and just pay month to month. So,
okay. I just want to address some of the chatter. I'll throw up President Jesus. He's an OG. He has a love-hate relationship with us. So that's good. That's all right. There's a clavicular interview next. So I want to answer that. If he wants to come on, I'd interview him. Like we have a certain political point of view, but we're also a news show. I mean, Sneeko is news, Clavicular is news. If freaking Netanyahu wants to come on, I'll interview him. Like, it's not, an interview is not an endorsement of a person. Now, in terms of Sneeko specifically, he's young and he seems like he's trying to evolve. And that was a lot of what we talked about. In some ways, I think he wants to evolve. In other ways, he doesn't. I mean, I don't co-sign everything he said in that interview.
No, and I
don't think that's my job.
No, we pressed a little bit too. Like, my take on Sneeko when we did the clip, which he watched and liked. That's why he followed us on Twitter and spoke to some mutual friends and tried to get in touch with us, and that's how we kind of.
He actually Eddie Liger hooked us up.
Yeah. And there are a couple other people who we know have crossed paths with him. I won't say who because that's for them to reveal. But it's one of these things. When we did the segment, my take was basically trolls are going to troll. Obviously, calls to deport him are ridiculous. I have a sense Alex Jones knows that that's ridiculous. But Alex Jones is the OG GOAT of trolls. I mean, this is what these guys do, is they troll each other with over-the-top shit. And so, pardon me, I got into that a little bit with him. Like, I pushed back on some things. We left friendly, and it was fine. Like, it was not a hostile interview, but it was not a powwow either. It was an interview. It was a profile. We wanted to get a sense of who he was. We asked some tough questions. We had some back and forths. We had some areas of agreement, some areas of disagreement, and that's the way it was. And so, it was almost 2 hours, and that's it. Yeah, that's an interview. Exactly. It's news value, right? News value, as they say in business. If you want to sign up, it helps us out. And like I said, now that we're down to 2 streams a week, we are going to be putting a lot on Substack before it reaches the YouTube channel. We're going to start treating that more like an online magazine as opposed to just a newsletter. And so you'll get a lot if you're signed up over there. So DoDissidents.substack.com. All right, let's take some super chats and some Rumble Rants, shall we?
Sure. Okay. 0744 Pete. Waters versus Tracy for guest of the year. Should have had them on together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Pete's sweet. Waters, my hero more than ever now. Pink Floyd, my favorite band. Saw them in 1972 in Detroit, 15 years old for metal. Wow, man.
Yeah.
Way before my time, man. The first Pink Floyd album I ever bought, I was telling Keaton this, was actually The Final Cut. Which was their last album, and nobody knew that when I bought it. As soon as I buy it, Pink Floyd announces that they broke up. And that's why the very first Roger Waters concert I saw was not Pink Floyd.
Right.
It was the first solo album.
Right.
That was the first concert he did after they broke up, which was a couple of years later. And actually, if you listen to that album, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, great album. Eric Clapton plays on that album. Does an amazing job. Actually makes a case for some of those albums might have sounded even better without David Gilmour. I know he has his own style, but Clapton really brings a lot to the sound. He wrote it at the same time that The Wall was written, and you can hear that in there. Like there's a lot of stylistic similarities. Pete Sweet, Waters.
Final Cut was basically, I mean, Waters wrote so much. I mean, that was basically, it wasn't technically a solo album, but that was his baby, that album. Like he was, I think he wrote all the songs on there. If I'm not mistaken.
He did, and it's a very political album.
Yeah.
And supposedly things were so toxic at that point between him and Gilmour that they recorded separately. Like Waters was in a remote studio.
Well, yeah, they were
recording
done after that.
Yeah, they were done. Yeah. People didn't know, but after the album came out, I don't think they never even toured in support of that album. That's how toxic it was, because I would have been at the concert if they had. Pete Sweet, Waters, my hero, for metal, played most of Dark Side of the Moon almost a year before it was released. Oh, wow. Quadraphonic sound, best concert ever. Man, don't make me jealous. P. Walker, Trump just renamed Lake Ontario by executive order. Oh, he did it?
Wow.
I thought Canada was going to name it Lake Epstein Files. Yeah, that's not mine. That was a beam. P. Walker.
They should retaliate. I mean, there's another great lake that borders Canada. There's 4 more, I think. I think all of them border Canada. Lake Epstein.
There's Lake Erie there.
Yeah, Lake Epstein, they should call it.
Lake Epstein. P. Walker. Key components for the North American grid are made in China, and companies aren't carrying inventory. Well, yeah. I mean, this is why, Besant was a little wonky for us to do this segment for today, but Besant's running around talking about how he's going to do secondary sanctions on countries that deal with Iran, but he can't do it to China. China's holding all our debt.
Yeah, no, forget it. I mean,
China,
you can
China
do that.
could crash the U.S. economy like that. All they have to do is put their bonds up for sale.
Right. You could do that if you want Gary, Indiana to be the whole country. Then, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they know they can't do that.
Yeah.
Mark Pugliese, John Wetton equals best Crimson vocalist, awesome bass. You could speak to that
good.
better than I could.
I don't know about best. I mean, they're good. I mean, Crimson, I love all of Crimson stuff. I was baiting him there. But yeah, the Red is a great album. I love that. And he's all over that one. So yeah, I would somewhat co-sign that. Yeah, it's all good.
DAC 269, looks like Gaza comes to Gary, Indiana, minus the bombing. Still heartbreaking. When you saw it over there, you knew it was a matter of time. Yep.
Oh, it's been going on, man. There's nothing new there. Look at New Orleans after Katrina. Look at my hometown. But the Midwest, because there's already been such capital flight there to begin with, these cities, even the big cities, are ghost town. Downtown St. Louis is fucking ghost town.
There's nobody there.
I booked a hotel there because I figured, you know me, I'm a Jewy bastard. I'm like, all right, just put me where the shit is. So if I need to get a bottle of water, I can just walk outside and get a bottle of the closest grocery store. And I'm counting bodegas in this. Like, I don't need a fucking big store. The closest place to get a bottle of water was like a 7-minute walk from the fucking hotel in the right near the arch, like right in downtown. It's there's nobody there. Yeah.
No.
So in those cities that are already shells of their former selves because of the capital flight and the deindustrialization, the neglected areas in those cities are like the Wild West. There is no state. It's anarchy. I mean, there is no state support there whatsoever. It's wild to see, and I'm sure Gary, Indiana is basically the same way.
I said to Keaton, we were walking in downtown St. Louis, we could shoot a zombie movie here with no permits.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody would notice, and there'd be no one in the background. No one would be like, "What are you doing?" There's nobody here. Just grab a camera and shoot a zombie movie.
Yeah, of course. They'd be happy. Bring some action their way.
Yeah, exactly. Buy some bottles of water.
Sell some water bottles.
Medicular. I knew that, but I didn't know that until I went to St. Louis. Because whenever I travel, I like to go sightseeing, and I found out the Escape from New York bridge was there. Yeah, Escape from New York was filmed in St. Louis. All right, cool.
All right, let's take some Rumble Rants over here. Vianticus, I remember watching the buildings falling live and realizing right away the planes couldn't have made them fall that way. I was floored how everyone just believed it was the planes. I realized at that moment all my conclusions about people and society I had been coming up with while growing up were true, and that I lived a completely fucked culture. Get Up King says, Curry or Dolly, who wore the bustier better? Ha, good one. Good one. Get Up King. Vianticus Prime in 1888 in reference to winds generated convectively from a downburst cluster. From American Spanish, derecho, direct, straight ahead. Also, right justice. From Old Spanish, diestro. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Vianticus. From Latin, direct is straight.
Isn't retro straight?
Retro? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely starting to like lose the Spanish. I haven't used it in a while.
Scooby, 2 weeks without power, just another third world problem in the world's wealthiest nation. That's right. Stoopsign says the Star of David for the Chicago Gangster Disciples. The BOS is for the Brothers of the Struggle, which they also called. Oh, all right. Well, why do they have the Star of David, though? What is that? The Chicago Gangster Disciples? I don't know. But that's a good insight. I looked into it. I couldn't see any of that. So thanks for that. Scooby, in the U.S., people die of dehydration, while in China, the pigs have air conditioning. Thank you. All righty. Let's move right on along. What do we got? I don't even remember what we got. Oh, yeah, this fucking guy here.
This fucking guy. All right. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Yo, Ali G has a massive announcement. Trailer drops tomorrow. So here's his post.
This be Ali G. Booyakasha from the mean streets of Staines Pond to Thames. Mick's got a big announcement. Yo, DJ, drop the beat.
Fuck, that's Julius, oh no.
Yo, rockabye baby on the treetop. Tomorrow, today, me trailer will drop. All the king's horses and all the king's men will give the trailer like 1,000,000 marks out of 10. Yo.
For that, with my own brain. Keeping it real here on the west side of Staines Pond to Thames. Respect. Yeah, that was pretty good, isn't it?
All right. I gotta say, and I think a lot of people probably share this feeling. You know, for people my age and younger, we came up after a kind of big racial reckoning in America. So we didn't grow up watching Amos and Andy and having to apologize for it later. I feel like this is our Amos and Andy moment as a generation. I feel, come on, man. We all thought Ali G was funny. We all thought Borat was funny, right? I feel like previous generations must have felt when they woke up to how racist the shit they used to laugh at was. That's how I feel right now, looking at Sacha Baron Cohen, who hasn't really been doing his act lately. So you haven't had to really confront that, like what you supported without thinking about what you were supporting. But I think he's not reading the room, man. If this doesn't bomb, I would be shocked.
Well, that's the thing. Like, because he is such a diehard, I won't step on it, but everybody knows he's a diehard, committed Zionist and a censorious woke scold when it comes to like what people can say and what they can't. This just plays so horribly now. Like, if you have great politics, to me, like, yes, the old Ali G sketches were fucking hilarious. I don't regret having liked them. I don't even regret having Borat. I just didn't know that the guy doing it was such a mean-spirited piece of shit. Like, that makes a difference.
And
it makes a big difference.
It changes everything.
It changes everything. You know, like, if you have good politics, you know, if you're standing up for the people who you're satirizing, at that point it's a joke, right? If you have your boot on the neck of the people you're mocking, that's not funny. That's like Nazi shit, right?
Well,
so it makes a big difference.
As you'll see, that was always inherent. And
yeah, well, that's what we didn't know. That's what I fault myself for, like, not picking out.
We could have known, though.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of things that in the past I believe that I say, you know, man, if I had taken the time to investigate it more, I would have known more about it, but I didn't.
Well, we'll
because
get to it. I don't want to step on the segment.
You could
but
have
there's some
found
more.
out this stuff about Kazakhstan if you wanted to know.
Right.
So under his Ali G account here, yo, check out the trailer for me new movie, Ali G, Who Is I? It got enough sick things, but you'll have to watch the whole film to find out if me actually died making it. Only in them cinemas, October 23rd. So now you know how he gets away with this. So he's a white guy who's making fun of black people by playing a white guy making fun of black people. See, that's what makes it okay. You see, he's a white guy who wants to act like black people, so it's okay because that's what he's making fun of. Alan McLeod, can we all agree that this is just millennial blackface? Yeah, yes, I will. Yes, yeah, I agree. And so you can already see how he's going to try to spin this. Sacha Baron Cohen, in an age where a comedian's career can be ended by a single un-PC joke, I thought I'd play it safe and bring this guy back. Say, all right, now you listen to me because you haven't really seen it yet. I promise you that when the movie drops, you're going to see a bunch of these podcast fucking meatballs who are going to bring him on to talk about the woke scold backlash to the film. I promise you're going to see him make the rounds with the usual suspects.
Oh, yeah, be on the free press.
Free press, trying to talk about how woke the people speaking out against the movie are. So our friend Zay Squirrel shared this, making an excellent point. So really, and this is what I mean by saying it's a little lazy to say, I didn't know. I mean, it's been pretty fucking clear from his characters that he's been on an Islamophobic tear, that's what a lot of his comedy has been built around. Arab people certainly have been aware of it and trying to draw our attention to it. And, I'll take responsibility for that. Sarah Silverman, I can't remember what that sketch was. I'm not going to say you could not do a sketch if it was making fun of that in some way where she wore the blackface. I can't remember what it was exactly, so I can't really comment on it. But what is incontrovertible is what Zay Squirrel points out here. Will a comedian who makes a caricature of a Jew called something like Shlomo Epstein, who embodies every worst stereotype you can imagine, being a greedy, parasitical, pedophile, predator, mass baby killer, rape settler, ever get major media spotlight and a lucrative career? That's a rhetorical question. But Sacha Baron Cohen, Sarah Silverman, and David Baddiel, he's a British comic, all fanatical, genocidal, Zionist, Jewish supremacists, get to do that with black, Arab, Muslim caricatures as they please. This is Zionist, Jewish supremacist hegemony. And that's absolutely true because Sarah Silverman, whatever the content of that sketch was, you could not fucking get away with that if you were not a Jewish Zionist, man. Like, they get a pass for shit that other people. Ted Danson did that shit with his girlfriend Whoopi Goldberg 20 years ago, and they canceled him because he was a goy. Can't do that shit, even if you are dating Whoopi Goldberg. And here is Sacha Baron Cohen, who has built an entire career about being against cancel culture, even going so far as to promote his new Ali G movie as an anti-woke, un-PC statement. Here he is talking about how we should censor social media at the ADL.
Zuckerberg tried to portray this whole issue as choices around free expression. That is ludicrous. This is not about limiting anyone's free speech. This is about giving people, including some of the most reprehensible people on earth, the biggest platform in history to reach a third of the planet.
Freedom of
You mean like giving Zionist film contracts?
Yeah, you're talking about the studios that make the movies.
Yeah.
speech is not freedom of reach. The Silicon Six. All billionaires, all Americans who care more about boosting their share price than about protecting democracy. This is ideological imperialism. 6 unelected individuals in Silicon Valley imposing their vision on the rest of the world, unaccountable to any government and acting like they're above the reach of law.
Oh, so you're going to be speaking out against Larry Ellison then, right? Consolidating all of this media since you're so against concentrating media in fewer and fewer hands, right? No, just depends on who's holding that power.
Fun fact
Jake,
about this guy is Isla Fisher, his wife, she left him. And now she's dating, I don't know if she's still dating, but she started dating Dean Phillips after she left him.
You're
the
kidding me.
douchebag who, I did the
Yeah,
rally
yeah,
with.
yeah, yeah,
Right, that's how
yeah.
I say it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wife's getting fucked by Dean Phillips. You got worse dick than Dean Phillips. How's that feel? Ouch. Ouch. That is a blow to any man's self-esteem there.
Jake Shields, Sacha Baron Cohen made hit movie about how stupid and racist the people of Kazakhstan are, but wants you censored if you are critical of Israel. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, of course. Well, moral consistency is not the Zionist strong suit. And a lot of people know, and this is what I mean, man. I heard about this. We decided not to pay attention. He lied to these people about what he was doing. They didn't know that he was mocking them. He claimed he was making a documentary. In Borat, the villagers weren't actors. They were misled into thinking it was a real documentary. After the release, they considered suing Sacha Baron Cohen. And this is from Mint Press. We're going to read a few things from them. They have actually been on this beat since 2022, at least. The release of the first Borat movie sparked public and state-level outrage in Kazakhstan for its portrayal of the country and its people. Ironically enough, I didn't even know this, a common grievance was the character's anti-Semitism, for Kazakh Jews have a long and rich history, and Almaty has no record of religious strife or discrimination towards Jews whatsoever. During World War II, Joseph Stalin created a haven for Jews there, evacuating thousands from other parts of the Soviet Union to prevent their slaughter by the Nazis. While Kazakhstan's Jewish population was much reduced by emigration following the Soviet Union's collapse, thousands still live in peace and harmony there today. A Hasidic synagogue in Almaty, named after widely respected Rabbi Levi Yitzhak Schneerson, buried at a nearby cemetery, attracts Jewish visitors from all over the world who came to pray at his grave. Anti-Semitic incidents of any kind are vanishingly rare. The country is home to over a dozen Jewish schools, and the government electively provides land and building for creating new synagogues. As a national coalition supporting Eurasian Jewry fact sheet notes, quote, Kazakhstan has long embraced its Jewish community, unquote. During Borat's year of release alone, a new synagogue big enough to accommodate the capital's entire Jewish population and also Central Asia's largest was opened. Almaty's first ever association for Hebrew speakers formed, and the Kazakh government issued a postage stamp featuring a historic local synagogue. All right. I didn't know any of that about Kazakhstan. I think if you're to be honest with yourself, and we'll talk about it at the end. When you saw that, I mean, speaking for myself, when I saw that, I took it as kind of, it's funny because it's true. Like, it's not true, but it's true. Like, I took as a given, yeah, in these parts of the world, they hate Jews, and he's making a joke about that. Remember the running of the Jew? It was one of the funniest gags there. And I think most people who saw it, I mean, certainly myself, I took it as like, yeah, obviously it's comedy, but it's commenting on something real in that part of the world. And yeah, once you know what Cohen's background is, which again, that was out there. Apparently, he was a virulent Zionist from an early age. He went to live on a kibbutz, so you got this Zionist who just incidentally keeps making jokes about Muslims being anti-Semitic. I mean, of course, that has propagandistic intentions that I think a lot of us, before we became more aware of all the fuckery out there, just kind of took it more at face value. I know that I did.
Well, that's the thing. He's the ultimate Zionist crybully, and he's the ultimate beneficiary of crybully Zionism, because what made Borat work for me and most people, I think, I was 19 when Borat came out. So when Borat came out, I had no idea about the Israel-Palestine dynamic at all. At all. I didn't know about it. I mean, I knew they fought. That's what I knew. I knew it was complicated and they hate each other, but that's all I knew. So he was the Jewish guy disguising himself as an Arab, exposing anti-Semitism. He positioned himself as the civil rights martyr, right? As the civil rights hero, exposing the oppression of his people. That's what made it work, was the dynamic that Jews were being bullied around by Arabs, right?
Right.
And if you didn't know any better, which I will cop to that. I mean, 20 years ago, I didn't know any better. That's what made it funny, because there was an element of punching up at your oppressor. Now, once you realize that whole dynamic is completely backwards, well, now it's not funny anymore.
That's
now
what
it's
I'm
not
saying.
funny
It
anymore.
plays completely differently.
Right. Exactly.
And here he is. Remember, Netanyahu is running around talking about how they have to get control of TikTok. Well, who's there pressuring at that time the owners of TikTok to change their algorithm? Sacha Baron Cohen, along with some other people you'll recognize. This is New York Post, 2023, November. Jewish comedian Sacha Baron Cohen has angrily accused TikTok of creating, quote, the biggest anti-Semitic movement since the Nazis. The Borat star lashed out during a virtual discussion Wednesday with executives from the social media site, which has since been flooded by people even praising late al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden and justifying the September 11th, 2001 terror attacks. He was joined by fellow celebs Deborah Messing and Amy Schumer, as well as more than a dozen Jewish content creators, according to a recording of the meeting obtained by the New York Times. Quote, what is happening at TikTok is it is creating the biggest anti-Semitic movement since the Nazis, Cohen told execs at the site, where he does not appear to have an account. If you think back to October 7th, the reason why Hamas were able to behead young people and grape women was they were fed images when they were small kids that led them to hate. Oh, you mean like making movies that spread the idea that all Muslims are autocratic, anti-Semitic Nazis, like that? That kind of programming images into people's heads. The British star told the TikTok execs they could simply flip a switch to fix anti-Semitism on the platform, which the meeting was told included people saying, the Austrian painter was right, and I hope you end up like Anne Frank. Shame on you, he told the execs, led by TikTok's head of operations, Adam Presser, the global head of user operations, Seth Melnick, the Times report said. Now, you know what's funny if you read the rest of this article? Wow, there was a time when you had people running these platforms, whatever their personal failings, who actually cared about the notion that maybe you shouldn't be telling people what they can and can't say. There's actually a whole discussion about how they defended use of the term from the river to the sea based on context, and how they're not for categorically taking it down, irregardless of context. So Abier here, now this is interesting. Now you want to see how selective Baron Cohen's lens has been. She shared this out. All right, so I'm just going to play a few seconds so we don't get nailed by YouTube, but I'll play the relevant thing. So he went to Palestine, that's what he calls it in the movie. And so you see very angry Muslims looking at him as he's playing Bruno, this flamboyantly gay character. But then look at who he gets chased by.
Luckily,
so the people who actually chased him are Jews. So this was also in Mint Press. Ironically, perhaps the most shocking and newsworthy case of exposing bigotry Baron Cohen has documented has never been revealed. While in character as Bruno in Jerusalem, Baron Cohen was beaten nearly to death by an enraged crowd of homophobic Israelis who, angered by his camp and sacrilegious attire, started stoning him on camera. Baron Cohen was reportedly nearly killed. John Kiriakou was actually his CIA contact. Kiriakou told Mint Press that Baron Cohen told him that a rabbi even spat on him. It was the only time in his career that he broke character and desperately yelled that he was an Israeli Jew, not a homosexual foreigner. The comedian fled for his life and found refuge in a nearby store bathroom. This footage has never seen the light of day. Perhaps it sends the wrong message. Yeah, man. You think if that had been a bunch of Palestinians, that wouldn't have been in the movie? He shows the little gag of them
100%.
chasing him, and that's it. You
100%.
don't see the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Alan McLeod. He's kind of been on this beat for a few years. This is actually 2022. He wrote this article. Closer scrutiny reveals how close to state power Sacha Baron Cohen really is. Documents obtained under the Freedom of Information Act show that the Department of Defense was involved in the production of the 2009 mockumentary Bruno, wherein Baron Cohen plays a flamboyantly gay Austrian reporter traveling the world. In his quest to become more heterosexual, Bruno visits a military base in Alabama. The scenes on the base feel rather staged, with the officers setting him up for a glut of witty one-liners. Bruno was also made with the help of the CIA. So the article goes on to talk about how this was all a setup, and clearly it was a setup, because if their story was true, that they got onto a military base under false pretenses and had to escape that's what happens in the movie. They're chasing them and they're driving through the gate. The Pentagon would just tell you can't use that footage.
Right.
That would be it. Bruno was also made with the help of the CIA. In an interview with David Letterman in 2009, Baron Cohen casually stated that a CIA contact had arranged some of the scenes in the movies. Baron Cohen's idea was to interview Al-Qaeda or Hezbollah members and show them images of homosexual sex to get their reaction on camera. The agent in question was John Kiriakou, who became a public figure after he blew the whistle on the agency's use of torture in Iraq. It is this sort of casual demonization of Arabs and Muslims that has led to much criticism of Baron Cohen's work as anti-racist on a superficial level, but perpetuating gross stereotypes and contempt for the people of Western Asia. Sina Rahmani, an academic and host of The East is a Podcast, a show about Orientalism and popular culture, was especially critical of Baron Cohen's casual racism and how it is used to bolster Western objectives in the Middle East, telling Mint Press, "This isn't rocket science. He very likely has some connections, and that's how he gets all this amazing access, only to claim to be some kind of Andy Kaufman-esque genius. While a lot of people fall for this, underneath it all, it is all just your run-of-the-mill white supremacist race play. If this seems, unquote, if this seems overly critical, then consider The Dictator, Baron Cohen's 2012 satire of Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. The timing of the production could hardly be any more conspicuous and useful for U.S. and Israeli interests. Written and filmed at exactly the same time as NATO was working with jihadists to overthrow the leader that had constantly been a thorn in the West Side, the movie features some of the crudest Islamophobic stereotypes seen anywhere on television. Muslims are presented as interested only in killing Americans or molesting women, while the dictator himself is working on developing nuclear weapons to use against Israel. The dictator was released just after the real-life Gaddafi was publicly executed by Western-backed jihadists who control the country to this day and have turned it into a failed state replete with open-air slave markets. Rahmani was highly critical of the movie, telling Mint Press, "The dictator is essentially an Israeli-American imitation of a crass stereotype borrowed almost directly from the low-budget action military movies that proliferated throughout the 1980s and 1990s. Ultimately, it comes down to a very profound cultural Islamophobia, which can be turned on and off as needed. And those deeply radicalized sentiments build up over time, and crystallize as foreign policy through invasions and regime change wars." Yeah, I mean, you look back now at Sacha Baron Cohen's body of work, and it's an obvious Mossad CIA op to train people into thinking what you do to people in that part of the world is justified because they're ignorant, autocratic anti-Semites anyway. So what do you care? And finally, Susan Abulhawa, Sacha Baron Cohen, a staunch defender of Israeli genocide and Jewish supremacy, who lobbied TikTok to silence Palestinian content, has produced another Third Reich movie that denigrates multiple religious and ethnic groups except one, and does the subtle work of brainwashing viewers to hate the people Empire wants you to hate. Yeah. As soon as I saw the Ali G clip, yeah, it all plays differently. I could be wrong. The public has disappointed me before. I cannot imagine this is not an enormous bomb. It really feels watching this like, I don't know. It's like if Anita Bryant tried to do a TV special celebrating heterosexuality in 1997.
Right.
Like it's just, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Like, do you really think you're going to be able to get away with this now? And they're anticipating that. That's why he's trying to lean into a marketing campaign of challenging political correctness. It's not about political correctness. It's about your agenda. It's about the agenda of the kinds of people you target and the very obvious people that you avoid targeting, even when they almost beat you to death for cosplaying as a gay person in Israel. You won't release that footage, even as you make things up out of whole cloth about Kazakhstan, which apparently we always knew were not literally true, but is quite the opposite of the truth, where you take this Muslim country and portray it as uniquely anti-Semitic when it's not. Look, there's what I mean when I say I look back now and I say, what were you laughing at? You know, Sacha Baron Cohen is from a very wealthy, very prominent Jewish British family. And his family has Cambridge professors and playwrights. Everything he does is punching down, really. I mean, Ali G, even if what you're playing is like an ignorant white guy co-opting black culture, which, as I indicated, is a roundabout way of co-opting it yourself and hiding behind, no, it's not me doing it, it's him doing it. It's him. I'm making fun of him being a caricature of black people. It's not that I'm making fun of black people. Be that as it may, you know, man, you're a rich white kid from a very prominent family. All of this is punching down. All of it is punching down at people who don't have your power, who don't have your resources. And on a more nefarious level, yeah, this guy's been working for CIA and Mossad. They've given him a lot of support throughout his career to direct people in a more nuanced way than you're going to get on CNN to hate the people they need you to hate, so that when they want to wipe out Iran, you're going to say, well, they're chicken fuckers over there. They hate Jews and they're ignorant and they grape women and they're ignorant, right? He's been doing that from a comedy side. I feel this way about a lot of things that I come to realize. Like, you look back at it, it was kind of obvious at the time. And now it's so obvious. I don't think anybody's going to go see this movie. I could be wrong, but I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, no. I mean, first of all, it's 20 years past its cultural moment. Anyway, what made this stuff palatable, especially Borat, was it was in the mid-aughts. You know, it was after 9/11. It was during the war on terror. It was
Right,
when
right.
the entire culture was a psyop against Muslims and Arabs. And so he just kind of rode that wave at the
Right.
time.
It's a good point.
Now, as far as the Ali G stuff, you know, that was, again, like, I don't apologize for laughing at it. You know, a lot of that was, yes, he's playing this character, but he's doing it to sort of take the piss out of the subjects. Like, he would interview these Christian right people, and he would interview,
Right.
like, Andy Rooney, you know, and he
Right,
has
he interviewed Dick Cheney.
Yeah, he asked Andy Rooney, does you think the media is important? And Andy Rooney says, do you think? He says, well, whatever. Does you that? And he says, no, not whatever. It's the English language. And he rage quits the interview. Like, he's doing it to take the piss out of the subjects. Whereas this trailer, which we can't show trailers because of copyright shit, but apparently the plot of this movie is he impregnates a white woman,
Right.
and he's trying to figure out how to get out of parenting the kid, is what it looks
Right.
like. You know, they ask, what kind of father would you like to be? He says, absent, right? So now
Well,
you're making
and then
fun
there's
of the
a shot
thing.
at Iran within it.
Well,
within
that too.
Trailer.
Exactly. Yeah. So now it's become obvious that you are transparently punching down, which is, I guess, all you can do. Like, once you're on the record supporting Israel, anything short of a mea culpa just seems chicken shit and irrelevant at best, right? Like, if you're on the record supporting Israel and you put out a movie with any political messaging at all and you avoid that topic, much less delve into the Iran war and stuff, then yeah, obviously, man, like, no. And I think you're right. I think it's not going to do well. I don't think it's going to do well at all, because I think the people who were the audience for that have matured with the times, and he hasn't.
Right.
He's gotten worse.
Yes.
All right. You want to take some super chats?
All right. Pete Sweet, Court of the Crimson King, Greg Legg, Best King Crimson Singer, ELP singer also.
Yeah, they're all good. That's a great one too. I like
Look what you
all of
started.
King Crimson stuff. Yeah, I'm a fan. That's why I asked him about it.
Andy Gardner, great interview. What a get. If you could just pull Reva Pahlavi.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah,
die
exactly.
happy.
I'm surprised that guy's not in the new Ali G movie.
No, we got Roger. One of his contacts is a fan of Due Dissidents.
Yeah, that's right.
And I told Jimmy my long admiration for Waters. He passed it on, and he was kind enough to do the show, man. That was amazing. Race Car K, if Argentinian cows are given antibiotics to put on muscle, will eating them beef me up? Listen, man, at this particular time, I'm not a huge beef eater anyway, but right now I ain't touching that shit, man. It's fish and chicken for me, man.
Oh yeah, no, don't eat beef for the next unless you know where it's from. Like, unless you know it's from a local person. Yeah, that's an important PSA. Some of this beef has that antibiotic in it that basically gives you there's this turbo cancer as a colloquial. It's like turbo anemia, turbo AIDS or whatever the fuck. It saps your red blood cell production and you die.
Yeah. I'm not I like I said, it's not a big thing. It's not a major part of my diet, but I ain't touching that until this all kind of blows over.
Local beef or no beef.
That's it. I'm gonna have to
strong, beautiful.
Now I'm really
beef or
gonna
no
have to
beef.
move upstate where I can like drive to the farm.
Yeah, I gotta go to the farm.
Freaking my Vinny, who subscribes to the show, the one who I went to Rush with, he just moved to New Hampshire, man. He's got that shit up the road where they got the chickens in the yard and everything.
Yeah, there's a
Just
farm up
buys it.
here that I'm gonna have to go to now. I mean, I don't eat beef much anyway because it's so expensive, But now now the price of beef is gonna go down because so many people are gonna be afraid to eat it that they're not gonna be able to sell it anymore. and they're gonna sell
Actually,
it for
you're right.
less.
You're right.
Good news, the beef is cheap. Bad news is if you eat it, you're gonna get turbo AIDS and die.
This is why we're unveiling our new line of Trump rat burgers.
Yeah.
Andy Gardner, I would actually watch Slow Mo Epstein.
Yeah.
Benjamin Stabber, hypocrites are great. You know where they stand.
That's right.
That's true.
RB Ham says here in Saskatchewan, even after an ice storm in negative 40 Celsius, if the power goes out, it's restored within hours. Sask Power is a public utility, and the people expect efficiency. There you go. There you go. Good point, RB. Thank you. Keaton, says Eric Rousseau, you eat tacos and In-N-Out burgers in Los Angeles? You know it, man. I didn't have good tacos this time. I had my staple, which I got to get when I'm out there because it's the only place I can get it, which is the Jack in the Box tacos. They're 2 for $2 now. They used to be 49 cents, but you know, thanks Donald. Yeah, so I got that and In-N-Out burgers. I did not have a great West Coast taco though. If you want a good LA taco, my cousin took me there. It's this place called Taco Azteca. It's a little taco stand in Glendale. Fucking amazing. Amazing. The salsa there. They make their own salsa. One of the best things I've ever tasted in my life is their salsa from this little taco stand. Unbelievable flavor profile. And they got these like buckets of cucumbers and jalapenos that you can just take as many as you want. That place is awesome. But I didn't go there. I did have In-N-Out burger, and I had a Jack in the Box, and yeah, I had a great time. In fact, here I'll show you. There was this one.
I mean, this is part of why I want to move upstate, so I can get actual like food.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, because yeah, man, like outside of Buffalo, man, there's got to be like farmers around there.
Oh yeah, there's farms. Yeah. So yeah, no, I had a very good time in LA. There's this one guy I got
ask
recognized.
my contacts up there. Next time Richard Namulala, my friend from Buffalo, calls in.
I got recognized on the street in LA.
Did you?
There was this guy, you know, he stopped me, followed me down the block. He made me take a picture with him. He just wouldn't stop. So I finally said, all right, fine. So I took a picture with this guy. He found me on the street. He just wouldn't leave me alone, dude. It's one of these things, you know, what are you going to do? Price doing business.
It looks creepy, man. I don't know if I would have gotten that close.
It just would not stop till I took a picture with him. So I took a picture with him. But no, that was the best meal I had on the trip. Jimmy and Steph, who we took a picture. Steph didn't send me the one with her. I don't know. Maybe she got a bad angle of herself. I thought both pictures came out good, but she texted me this one. And so yeah, Jimmy and Steph took me out to a lovely dinner in the Arts District. So that was awesome. So I did get to see some friends while I was out there. So thanks again to Jimmy and Steph for that. But yeah, it was a great time. It was a fun time.
Yeah, I should have told Waters that. Like, hey, I've been to like 5-6 of your concerts. I've never been recognized. I went to one Rush concert. I got recognized. So that's right there. That's in their favor.
Yeah, here you go. Vientica says a lot of the manosphere is also meant to sheepdog people into Christianity. They keep talking about it. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Keaton, your New York is showing, complaining about a 7-minute walk. I used to walk an hour to get to work. I get your point, though. Did I say 7? Well, no, to get like a water. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, 7-minute walk for me, you know, when I'm by myself, I got long legs. I'm a New York walker. So I could do like almost half a mile in 7 minutes. So that's what I mean. When I say 7-minute walk, I don't just mean at a leisure. I mean a New York mission walk. 7 minutes is at least a third of a mile away, which is like 5 or 6 New York City blocks. Now in New York, you need a bottle of water. You step outside, boom, there's one right there. You got to walk fucking.
You're never more than a block from a bodega.
Exactly. Not good. Believe me, not good. Star of David for King David Barksdale, who was one of the founding members of the Black Disciples. Oh, see, I didn't know that. The Gangster Disciples is an offshoot, and both use the star. Yes, confusing. All right. Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen's career is now as flaccid as the sleeve of a wizard. That's right. His career hangs like sleeve of a wizard. We need to realize that people thought Cohen was a brilliant satirist by libs more than anyone. Yeah, that's true. Robert, well, his Borat sequel was very libby. That came out during COVID, and that was all, you know, that stuff.
It was all like Trump stuff, right?
Trump stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I saw it once, but I don't remember it well.
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't like it. I didn't like anything he did from The Dictator on, actually. Like, I didn't like
The Dictator sucked.
That show, that This Is America, where he plays a Mossad agent on the show. That was where he had Bernie on for the one sketch. And, like, that was a good sketch. The sketch with Bernie was good, but everything else in that show was fucking terrible.
Yeah, I only vaguely remember it even.
Robert Downing Jr. pulled off blackface in Tropic Thunder. Never people read. Yeah.
Well, that's why I say, like, I'm not going to say that you can't use that in a way. I'm not going to rule it out of bounds. So I don't remember what the context of the sketch was. of what she did. But,
Right.
you know, when you know that she's a deranged Zionist, it just puts a little different slant on those things.
Of course. Obviously. Yep. All right. Let's move right on along here. Please do smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. We're up to 1187 in the like column. That's good to see. 1869 and 550 over in the Rumble room. All right. What do we got over here? Oh, yeah. Hasan Piker is back in the news again. So this went kind of viral. I'm not sure if this was the clip tweet that set off the firestorm. The firestorm would have been set off anyway, since, you know, everything that this guy says now is fodder for debate and conversation and outrage, I guess. But Max Nordo, this got almost 2 million views. So this got out there. Abdul El Sayed surrogate Hasan Piker threatens American Jews. You better speak out in favor of Hamas and against Israel, or bad things are going to happen to you. Now, of course, that is obviously a mischaracterization of what he said, but let's see the edited clip. So this is the clip that this guy edited together for maximum outrage effect, and then we're going to see what he actually says.
Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse.
So that's what the guy clipped for maximum outrage effect, where he literally says you're making anti-Semitism worse, which means he's literally categorizing anti-Semitism as a scourge, as a problem. Even in the video that you clipped to make him look as bad as you possibly could.
Right.
All right. So this you know, should not be surprising. This is the MO of these people. So Giant Punda says the full unedited segment that you clip chimped from makes it very clear Hasan isn't threatening American Jews, but highlights the dangers Zionists place on them by conflating Israel's actions with them. You know you're lying, you craven POS, cry harder, loser. So this guy clips a 7-minute segment. We're not going to play 7 minutes, obviously, but we will, just for transparency's sake, let this run a couple minutes so you get the unedited version of what he says.
A Jewish person whose temple is reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that. I understand that. I mean, look, to the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is a dangerous, because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. At the end of the day, American Jews do not prioritize Israel, but they do prioritize anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of this propaganda that is facing the American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon, like, oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't stop giving weapons to Israel at a time when anti-Semitism is exploding? Where's the connective tissue between these two events? American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it.
Okay, so that goes on for about 5 more minutes, but you get the point. And the reason I trust our audience gets the point is it's a point that Russ and I make all the time, right? Which is that, Israel is making Jews less safe. And Jews who support Israel are making the problem worse. I've said it. I said the Zionists use Jews
many
as
times
human shields. I mean, we've said it over and over again. Not because we want it to be true. Obviously, we don't want it to be true. The Bondi Beach shooting, Russ's wife was on Bondi Beach when
she was literally there.
Happened. She could have fucking died. Okay, so nobody's justifying it, obviously. We're just saying you're making this problem worse by creating a very unfortunate and dangerous cause and effect pattern. I sent my kids to a Jewish daycare center. It was the first daycare center they ever went to. Well, I didn't do it because it was a Jewish daycare center. We happened to know one of the counselors there. And they put the daycare center behind locked doors, up a flight of stairs, way in the back of the community center because they're afraid of attacks. Now, I wouldn't send them there post-October 7th, partly because I became aware of the fact that they indoctrinate kids into Zionism at those places. That's one reason.
Yeah, there's that.
But the other reason is a safety reason, right? So I'm not nobody's saying this is good. We're saying this is a horrible consequence, one of many, obviously, horrible consequences of the way these past few years have gone down, is that you're making Jews, yes, including American Jews, less safe by tying the Jewish identity to the political aspirations of an Israeli state that is committing war crime after war crime. Self-explanatory, it's self-evident. This is not even controversial among so many of the people who are crying about this the hardest, which we'll get to in a moment. But Lord of Soy, probably a fake account. This is who's left, by the way, of the MAGA Zionists, right? Says, yeah, in response to the full out-of-context video. So this doesn't change shit. He's basically saying American Jews need to stop supporting Israel or people here in the States will take out their anger for Israel on them. He says this knowing damn well he's been cultivating an atmosphere of Israel hate here in the States. So this moron, even when he is trying to make a point, he makes the opposite by conflating Israel hate with Jew hate, right? He says Israel hate. And then so Giant Punda says, no, Israel is the one cultivating that atmosphere of hate by conducting a genocide, not Hasan. Hasan is doing the opposite of what Israel is doing by not conflating Israel with all Jews. Keep lying, loser. Fewer and fewer people fall for your lies as each day passes. And so Cory Booker joins the pylon here. He is the Sacha Baron Cohen of the Senate, this guy. Just no self-awareness whatsoever. Hasan Piker's dangerous and hateful language targeting Jewish Americans has no place in our civic discourse. Suggesting that Jewish Americans bear responsibility for hatred or violence directed at them is wrong, dangerous, and anti-Semitic. Once again, he said Israel and fanatical Israel supporters are endangering the Jewish community at large by being as fanatical as they are. He is differentiating between Jews and Zionists. You are the one lumping them together. Therefore, you are the one stoking hatred. We can and should argue fiercely over policy. Yeah, no, I'm sure. No, Cory Booker loves honest debate about Israel, sure. We should have meaningful dialogue and debate about the policies and actions of the Israeli government and American foreign policy. That is the lifeblood of democracy. But that's not what this is. No American should be told their political beliefs make them responsible for hatred or violence directed against them. Plainly not what he said. There is a bright line between vigorous debate and rhetoric that stokes hatred towards our neighbors. Mr. Piker has crossed that line repeatedly and unmistakably. So Blakely responds, this you? The picture of him with Yoav Gallant calling all Palestinians human animals. This is post-October 7th, after he made that statement. And look at these donations from the Kushner organizations into his campaigns over the years. That back to 2013. Wow. Sabby Sabs, not a Hasan stan. That's not what he said. You said, yeah, even people who don't like Hasan are just pointing this out here. Please post exactly what he said, says Professor Zankus, because I know how he spoke about it for about 2 minutes, and it's important to know exactly what he said. Is there a reason you haven't done that? Well, of course, there's a reason nobody has done that, and RBN keeping it real, as always. Fuck you and Hasan. At the end of the day, you both vote for genocide. I think this guy is not even a radical. That's what's so amazing about this. So Cory Booker led the charge there with a viral tweet, but he's far from the only Democrat to get their panties in a bunch over this. Here's the list of Democrats who have condemned Hasan Piker. Here's a visual aid that may be helpful in reading that list. When you add up their AIPAC and Israel lobby contributions, whopping 13 million smackers there among those who were really upset at Hasan Piker's comments. Now, Josh Gottheimer, big Hakeem Jeffries ally, by the way, Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey. He was interviewed. He ran to Fox News to trash Hasan Piker. This is 2 months before a midterm that Democrats say, democracy's on the line, gotta win, gotta win, gotta win. Here he is running on Fox News to condemn Hasan Piker.
The Jewish Americans who back Israel are inviting violence on themselves.
People don't with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
My next guest responding on X, writing, "The only one inciting violence against American Jews is Piker and his rhetoric. For the future of our party, Democrats have to call out his hate and condemn these dangerous views." And that's Congressman Josh Gottheimer. He's a Democrat out of New Jersey. Great to have you here.
Thanks,
Hakeem
Dana.
Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, sort of addressed this yesterday on X. He was just asked about it by Wolf Blitzer at CNN. Let's play that for you here.
Was that in reference to far-left influencer Hasan Piker and his recent very controversial comments?
Yes, those comments were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic, and should not be tolerated by anyone in the public square. What we've seen is a startling rise of hate crimes all across the United States of America, but particularly in this moment directed against our Jewish brothers and sisters.
By the way, San Jose State's now 4.5-point favorite over USC this weekend. So if you want in on the action, hit me up in my DMs. That's in the next segment.
Congressman, does that answer the mail on this issue?
Well, obviously, I couldn't agree more with Hakeem Jeffries, and he's totally right that not only is it appalling and disgusting, but basically Hasan Piker, who is, got more than 1 million or so followers on Twitch and has campaigned with Democrats around the country, has basically put an open call out for violence against Jewish Americans, those who, of course, have come out and supported the U.S.-Israel relationship. This is right out of the Nazi playbook. This is a call for violence against Jews. I'm glad that Leader Jeffries
he served strudel
I hope
recently.
that all my colleagues on both sides come out against it. Mike Lawler and I we introduced a resolution months
Mike
ago.
Lawler and I. Mike Lawler, you mean the guy up in the Hudson Valley who's one of the most vulnerable incumbent Republicans in a must-win year for Democrats? You're going to invoke his name positively in the home stretch of a campaign season in order to make up a completely fake smear that this guy advocated violence. He literally did the opposite. He literally said, you're making the problem of anti-Semitism worse by tying the fate of all Jews to the fate of a political entity. That is literally the opposite. That is a call to stop doing this because, unfortunately, it is creating a climate of hatred against Jews. This is the opposition party, folks, just so you understand. This is the opposition party. Here's another member of the opposition party here, is also a co-signer of the condemning of Hasan Piker, Jake Auchincloss over here. This comes with some good commentary from Glenn Greenwald. We've seen both parties and corporate media unite to spread obvious lies many times before, but the endlessly repeated claim that Hasan Piker threatened violence against Jews and said Jews deserve violence is such a brazen lie that it is still amazing to watch them all ratify it. Here's Auchincloss.
your message to those within your party who are campaigning, fundraising, and appearing with Hasan Piker?
I reject Hasan Piker's ideology, whether it was seeming to celebrate or at least excuse 9/11, whether it is seeming to excuse the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which I condemned immediately. The Democratic Party does not stand for what Hasan Piker stands for.
So here's Neera Tanden joining the pile-on. Republicans are attacking Hasan Piker and candidates that campaign with him because he alienates swing voters. Don't blame the people who warned you. Blame yourselves for not listening to the warnings. That is amazing commentary from the architect of the Hillary Clinton campaign there, whatever role she played there. You can fight Trump's hate mongering without supporting hate mongers on the left. It's actually consistent to oppose both. All right, now here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, because this was posted in the replies to that comment by Neera Tanden. Asked by CNN about Israel endangering American Jews, Netanyahu accuses who? Haley Stevens, a staunch defender of Israel, of excusing anti-Semitism. So yes, Haley Stevens, who ran against Abdul El-Sayed, she said Netanyahu was endangering American Jews by prosecuting the war on Gaza in the way that he has. Co-signing that position was Dana Bash. So here is Dana Bash, paraphrasing Haley Stevens, making the exact point that Hasan Piker is now under fire for just having made.
American Jews in Congress who support Israel and support what you just said say that a lot of the actions by you and your government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Have you?
Well, it's made her uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism. You know,
she's not. I just want to explain.
She's not. She's the one we're supposed to be manufacturing consent for, by the way. She's the one who's on your side. So actually, don't go off script too much, you fucking moron.
She's not. I just want to explain. She's somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time among Democrats and even some Republicans in the United States Congress.
So there she is making the exact point that Hasan Piker just made. Haley Stevens, who, by the way, just got engaged since she lost, and guess where she's vacationing to celebrate her engagement? Israel. She's going to Israel this week, apparently.
Really?
She made the exact point back in July that Hasan Piker just made now.
Don't tell me I used my Jew magic to come to her in her dreams. She wouldn't even let me put my hamantashen in her pussy.
There's Dana Bash validating the exact sentiment that Hasan Piker is now under fire for expressing. It's just amazing. And, when we saw this story, we're like, we got to comment on this because as a couple of Jewish guys, we've been saying this. Now, like I said at the beginning of the segment, Russ's wife was on Bondi Beach. She could have fucking died because of the kind of blowback that Hasan Piker is warning about. Not because he wants it to happen, but because he's afraid it's going to happen. I talked about, I sent my kid to a Jewish daycare. They locked him up on the second floor like they were hiding, cargo.
And that would have ended probably one of the most successful marriages that I know of. We've been married, 14 years now. Haven't seen her in about 8, but hey, man, you want to make it work, live on separate continents.
The key to a strong marriage is separation. That's the key to a strong
Everybody
marriage.
knows that.
Everybody knows that.
Solomon said that.
Exactly, yeah. But so are Jews allowed to make that point? Like, are Jewish people allowed to say, hey, Israel's putting us in danger? Because we've been saying it. Now, we don't have the profile that Piker has. But I'm just curious, how they would react to that. Because they're raking this guy over the coals for having said what? Here we go. A couple of Jewish guys ourselves have been saying that for a very long time. The hypocrisy is just amazing. And what compounds it is this clip, man, that the same people who are now out for Hasan Piker have been echoing this same point. The same exact point. And now it's lost on them.
Oh,
anything?
Done?
I have more, but we'll probably clip that separately because I want to get into Abdul El Sayed's response, but that'll be a separate thing.
Yeah, well, they're doubling, and well, in my piece about Jeffries, it very much relates to this. Nick is not at all wrong about the shuffle that they're going to pull and that they're pulling, and I'm going to get into the details of what I think the maneuver is going to be in my segment. But yeah, they're really doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down on ruling criticism of Israel as such out of bounds. It's just out of bounds. And the most prominent, effective spokespeople for that point of view, whether you like Piker, don't like Piker, yeah, that's how things tend to go. Like, you're going to start with Pod Save America, then you're going to get a pro-Palestine Pod Save America, and then maybe eventually you'll get a non-democratic aligned pro-Palestine. But you're probably not going to jump from the one to that, right? So, yeah, Piker is kind of like an intermediate step, which they know. So they're trying to burn down that step so you don't even get to the step that's beyond Hasan Piker. But this is, we just talked to Roger Waters, man. Why they rule. Roger Waters, as we discussed, he is literally the only musician of his stature, of his generation, who has shit to say about fuck. Right. And he's the only one who's ruled out of bounds, right? They want to do that to make sure that if Bob Dylan wakes up, maybe I say something about Palestine. He's like, shit, I said, look at what they did to Roger Waters. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Lay, lady, lay. Right? That's warning you off.
Yes, of course. I mean, Bob Dylan, I think, is a Zionist, I think, to the extent that he's ever expressed any attitudes. Like,
probably.
I heard somebody on our call-in show said, like, that Neighborhood Bully song is about Israel, which I listened back to it, and yeah, it kind of makes sense that it is. So, yeah, I mean, it is true that they're trying to, like, well, look, I mean, they're looking for, and this is, I almost included this in the piece, but they're desperate to find some attack against the Democrats that is going to stick this year. And they can't find anything. I mean, the polling for the Republicans just gets worse and worse and worse by the day. And rather than compound that, you have Democrats now who are talking about their partnership with Mike Lawler because they're teaming up on Hasan Piker. I would say it's unbelievable, but it's not. It's totally to be expected. That's why people say that there's a Zionist uniparty, because there is. And we're going to get more into that when we talk about Hakeem Jeffries and Jared-Moskowitz and this foreign policy committee, or whatever the details of that are. But we will get into that in a moment. For now, I do want to do a little part two. So we're talking about the Hasan Piker controversy over his supposed statement that Jews invite violence on themselves by supporting Israel, which is, of course, not what he said. But Abdul El Sayed actually joined the pile-on against Hasan Piker. So he says, my statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss, who's a Zionist politician, Abdul El Sayed joins the pile-on here and says, I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try and make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare, because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to get money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. So that's his statement referring to Hasan as a Twitch streamer, which, again, I don't even like Hasan Piker, but, this guy was supposed to win by 20 points. He ended up winning by 1. So I think you could argue that Hasan's help is kind of what put you over the top. Like, if not for Hasan Piker, Haley Stevens would certainly be the nominee right now, since you won that race by a much slimmer margin than you were supposed to. So this is the problem with involving yourself with these Democratic politicians. Now Hasan has to come up here and basically take this insult in stride and eat shit and say, well, he didn't really mean it. He just had to disavow me for tactical reasons.
People who are already questioning Abdul al-Sayed's sincerity on these issues that will then turn around and say, oh, he's moderating his position on Israel, all this stuff. I don't think he is. Okay. I will say this. I am literally the person that is being dangled. And I'm going to tell you once again, he's not moderating on his perspective on Israel or anything like that. Okay. His reaction to this has always been very good, which is, look, I deal with people that I don't fully agree with and don't fully subscribe to on a daily basis. This is politics. Politics is about addition, not subtraction.
But what he's also doing is he's validating a malicious smear, not just against you, but against anyone who makes that point, as if people who make the same point you made are somehow advocating harm against other people, which is, especially with this administration in charge, calling everybody a terrorist left and right. That's a very, very serious accusation to make, and he's validating it by joining the pylon against you. Now, you're saying he has to do this tactically. That's, I guess, the kind of shit that you have to eat when you get involved in Democratic primary party politics. And this is why, like, and we're going to show this in a second. Yeah, if I lived in Michigan, do I think there's a meaningful difference between Abdul el-Sayed and Mike Rogers or Haley Stevens for that matter? Sure, I do. I'd vote for him. But this, case in point, is why I would never get on stage with a Democratic politician. I would never go out and canvass for a day. I would never lend my name to the campaign of any Democrat because, look, when they make the most obvious, malicious, bad faith smear against you, and then they go ahead and they echo that, now you what? You got to crawl and kiss his ass? Well, he didn't really mean it. He's just doing that for tactical purposes. Like, dude, again, I don't even like this fucking guy. You know, he put his name on the line for this guy. And now he gets disavowed using the same bad faith smears by people who probably want to throw this guy in fucking jail. Okay? You're going to echo their smears against you. Why? Because you feel you have to? He could say, no, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said you're making the problem of anti-Semitism worse. Just that framing alone is saying it's a bad problem and that it's a problem that's getting worse because of the actions of Israel. So Janine Eunice, friend of the show, I've interviewed her a few times. Love what she brings to the discourse. My statement on Abdul el-Sayed's pathetic kowtowing to the Zionist mob. This is pathetic. Piker was clearly saying if you support a terrorist genocidal state and claim it represents you as a Jewish person, that's bad for Jewish people, particularly since millions of Jews do say this. Just like if millions of Muslims say that ISIS represents them, that's not great for other Muslims. Yeah, see how that works? Piker was most obviously not calling for violence against Jews. He was issuing a very reasonable warning. Stop being a cuck. Nothing you ever say will appease them. I promise, so don't even try. In fact, when you do, they smell blood and go harder. Absolutely true. Now, she clarifies this position the following day. She says, yesterday I remarked upon el-Sayed's unfortunate decision to capitulate to the pro-Israel lobby by implicitly disavowing Hasan Piker's very reasonable statement about Jewish people's support for Israel, making them less safe, and also contributing to the international mischaracterization of said statement by the entire political establishment. Apparently, my statement angered some people who believe it will dissuade people from voting for el-Sayed. I don't put much stock in the political process in this country, as I've made clear many times. I don't think that any real change will be accomplished because of this or that candidate won any election. The system is broken beyond repair, and something drastic needs to change for there to be any hope. But it should go without saying that if you were planning to vote for a candidate in the Michigan Senate race, el-Sayed is obviously the preferable candidate to an AIPAC-laundered neocon who is going to vote for more aid to Israel and foreign wars. So, you know, she's a smarter person than I am, so I like to read it from her. So in case any of you guys have any difficulty parsing the nuance of what we say here, I think that lays it out very, very well. Yeah, sure, there's a meaningful difference between Abdul el-Sayed and Mike Rogers. I think anybody who denies that is bullshitting you, plain and simple. At the same time, this is why I would never go beyond saying, yeah, if you live in Michigan, vote for him. Because you
That's
get too
it.
close to these people, they
Right.
fuck you in ways that are meaningful. Like it is meaningfully shitty that he amplified these dishonest smears against the guy who they have the knives out for. It says something about your character. It says something about the nature of the two-party system that he felt so compelled to do that, because I think Hasan is correct in his calculation that he only did so for tactical reasons. But you know what? That means something. So, yeah, this is one of those situations, and I think the way she puts it is very, very smart, as always. It's like, yeah, man, I'm not going to lie to you and say it wouldn't be better to have this guy in the Senate than to have Mike Rogers in the Senate. That would just be dishonest. It would be equally dishonest for me to come on and say, yeah, you know what? You should really go to the mats for this guy. You should volunteer for this campaign. If he invites you on stage at a rally, yeah, you should wrap your arms around him so that he could fuck you over when the Zionist hate mob comes for you over something you didn't even say. And
Right.
so I thought it was important to point that out. And this speaks to the predicament of the times, and we've talked about this countless times on the show. Would I not vote for El Sayed over this? No, I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that. But at the same time, this is exactly what we mean. But when we say don't get too close to these people, because you know what, you can criticize Shama and Shama's campaign. Shama would never do this.
Nope.
Shama Sawant would never
Nope.
turn on you in a moment like that. She would have your back 100%.
She would say, my problem with Hasan Piker is not this statement. It's that he's a Democratic Party fuckboy. She might say that, but she wouldn't say this. Yeah, well, this is why you've never heard us say, go donate, go get involved in a campaign. I can't imagine, like, for me to say that about a Democratic campaign, the whole party would have to just completely collapse and be remade from the bottom up.
Right.
For me to feel comfortable telling people, yeah, get involved in this. But it's that same sense of responsibility to our audience that makes me not say, yeah, nah, Mike Rogers, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right.
You know, it's the same thing. Like, you got to think when you have a platform. It's the reason I got a hard on about Joe Rogan, because we have less than 1% of his platform, probably, literally. And I feel more responsible for what I put out than he does. I feel like I got to be careful what influence I have, and I don't have a fraction of that influence. I can't imagine having that much influence and putting on criminals like Mark Andreessen and letting them just elide the fact that they drive old ladies into bankruptcy for a living and just let them go on about how they want to get rid of the one agency that's trying to stop them from doing that, and just not give a fuck about your audience. You have to just not care what you're putting out into the world. That's why that changed the whole way we cover him. Because the next day I saw the impact it had all over X. Take down the CMPB. Take down the CMPB. Right. Yo, man, you did that. You did that. You could have steered it the other way. You could have turned around and said, well, what about this old lady who lost her whole savings because of your dodgy company? Isn't that what this agency is meant to rein in? You could have done that. Didn't care enough. Didn't care enough about the audience. I care enough about the audience, and I care enough about people that I'm not going to tell you there's no difference between El Sayed and Mike Rogers, because El Sayed is playing politics.
Right.
All politicians are going to play politics. That's why they're politicians. That's why I would never be one. I've had people over the years tell me, go run for office. I always tell them 2 reasons I can't run for office. I don't remember names, and I'm too fucking honest. Those 2 reasons I can't. I'll never remember your name, and I'll never lie to you. That's deadly for a politician. It's a deadly combination. But yeah, man, I mean, it's no surprise. Like, I would have been surprised if he had stood on principle. Same thing with Mamdani, as we'll get into next. I understand why he's doing what he's doing with Jeffries. I don't think it's as deep and conspiratorial as some people are making out. I think it's politics. That's your role. You want to be pure like that? Be an activist. Be an activist who puts pressure on guys like Mamdani. At the same time, when you want to get into deep tactics, I think if you insist ban data centers, ban data centers, ban data centers, and the guy bans data centers, and you say, fuck you, I'm voting third party, I think that I think that's strategically ineffective.
Right.
I think that's some of what we've been debating here over the last few months.
All right. We got one more segment. Let me just give a quick word from Rumble Wallet before we get into that. So, quick question for you. How much control do you have over your money today? Because technology is changing the way the economy works, and it's also changing the way people manage their money. Rumble Wallet takes all that complexity and makes it super simple. With the Rumble Wallet, you can choose Bitcoin, dollar-backed stablecoins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. There's no complicated setup. It connects you to MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, your debit card, or your bank and be up and running in minutes. And once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like us directly. We're getting some Rumble Wallet, Rumble rants on this very stream. That is awesome to see, because it's a great way to support your favorite Rumble creators, because we keep just about everything you give us when you tip us through the Rumble Wallet. The platform takes 0 fees, so it's a great way to engage on Rumble with your favorite creators. So you can scan the QR code that's on the Rumble screen right now, or click the link in the description and download the Rumble Wallet. From there, you can get your wallet set up, tap buy, and get in the game. So you can scan the QR code or go to wallet.rumble.com to get started right now. Okay, all right. You got some super chats over there?
Yes. Although I want to answer this. God damn it, because the fates conspire against us. So yeah, we only changed it once. We changed it to, we just basically knocked out the Tuesday. However, what keeps happening is we have conflicts. Like Keaton went to LA. What do we have? Well, we got the Chicago
We're going
thing
to
coming
Chicago
up
soon, so we're going to do the same annoying switch in a couple weeks. But it's a few weeks, like 3 weeks. So yeah, no, this will be basically it for a while. It'll be smooth sailing from here on out.
Didn't we have to do Tuesday recently?
Well, no, we did a Tuesday because it was election night.
Oh,
And
we
so
did
did
so
a
that
bonus.
was an
That was just a
addition.
bonus.
Yeah,
That was a
yeah.
bonus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, normally it will be this
Sunday night,
but-
Thursday afternoon. Boom.
Yeah, easy peasy.
It's going to interfere with my Buffalo Bills fandom. I bought a Buffalo Bills hat from Costco
Are you
the other
a
day.
fan of the Buffalo Bills?
I became a fan. I bought a hat the other day. I haven't been a fan, but I decided to join society here in upstate New York and become a Buffalo Bills fan. We're gonna go all the way this year. I'm gonna be like the Mamdani, like Mamdani was for the Knicks. I'm gonna be the Mamdani for the Buffalo Bills. I become a fan. They're gonna win it all.
I gotta say, from being up there, it seems like a fun team to root for because
It's a great team to root for.
It has
yeah.
a fun fandom.
It's an underdog team that's been very good in the past
a very
few years.
small, like third string
and
city.
it's a very devoted, fun fandom. Yeah. That's the best of the football tradition. Bad weather, beer, and hot wings. I mean, that's pure Americana right there. That's America's team.
Yeah, I should really just move up there. I'm on a 1-year lease, folks. So
America's
Buffalo
team.
has a few more months to persuade.
Should
me.
move up there. We'll start a Buffalo Bills podcast. We'll just wear jerseys and hats and drink cheap beer on the show. And
part because I'm doing the travel channel, which I gotta get my
complain
shit
the
together.
insurance won't cover our liver transplants.
Yeah. So I'm like on the one hand with the travel channel when I'm not dropping Asia stuff, living in New York City, it's kind of naturally lends itself to because that's just tourism oriented because it's New York City.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm kind of like, New York guy learns to dress deer. Probably do even better than walking down the street reviewing the Odyssey.
Right, exactly, yeah.
I got deer hunting. That would probably do a lot better numbers than my Broadway reviews do. So there's an argument for it. Empower working class today. Yeah. Nathan Vassell.
Yeah, he said he used to write
for
for them,
Sasha's TV show. He's got insights. We should have brought him on.
Yeah.
My man from Buffalo, Richard Namulala, going to Bone Thugs and Wu-Tang now. I got you, Russ. Didn't one of the Wu-Tang guys just visit Palantir?
Yeah, well, didn't who was it? Which one of them was it? Was it Raekwon? Who the fuck was it?
One of them just visited Palantir.
I forget who it was, yeah.
Yo, if you've been watching the show, you see what I said? So there are like farms around there where you could get like fresh beef from the farm.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
got to
There's
be
a
around
farm.
Buffalo,
There's a farm right up near Saratoga that I want to go to for exactly this
But
reason.
that's not by Buffalo.
No, not by Buffalo. I'm sure they got them near Buffalo.
Yeah, but Richard, he lives in Buffalo.
Oh.
That's how I know that guy. Andy Gardner, Lord of Soy, is what
Raekwon.
Hassan
Okay,
calls
I
his
thought it was
power
Raekwon.
bottom, Kyle Kalinske.
It was Raekwon. That's right.
Yeah, it's not the RZA.
No. I knew it wasn't. I thought it was Raekwon. Yeah.
Empower Working Class Today is using regarded, punching down. Why not? If we were not regarded, it would be.
Right.
But given that we're both regarded, we have a right to use that word. Brad Gilbert, Lake Michigan is now Lake Canada. Thank you for your Michael Rogers, the Rolling Stones are my favorite group musically. Pink Floyd, my favorite group conceptually. Well, I knew our time was limited and he already gave us like a half hour more than we were supposed to go. I could have gotten into all that. I mean, Waters went to architecture school. That's a big part of why their stage sets were that elaborate. I used to have the program from the Pros and Cons of Hitchhiker tour, got lost somewhere along the way, but it had his actual ground plans for the stage set. Ethan Darcy, Silverman sketch is beyond the YouTube censor bot. Well, I'm sure that is the case. And Jerry Middlefinger, derecho is Spanish for straight ahead and is used to describe a non-tornadic storm with powerful straight-line winds that extends more than 240 miles. Is that actually true or is it a joke?
It might be true. It's definitely the word for a certain kind of windstorm.
I thought. Okay, so
I did a lot of research for that segment. I read
yeah.
half the sentence that defined what it was. Yeah.
Right, and to the right is derecha.
I could have read the whole
and
thing. if I had
forward
more
is
time.
derecho,
Yeah.
and a la izquierda is to the left. It's
Yeah.
been a while.
I read the first half of the definition of the word. That's
You
the
did?
effort I put into the show. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what makes us number 2,342.
That's why we're number 46 in
politics
politics in
shows.
Ireland. Yeah, that's why we're number 48 on the Irish charts for political commentary. Yes.
Are we?
I
Are
think
we?
we
Is
are
that
top
true?
100
Is that
in Ireland for news and politics. I heard that. That was years ago. So I assume we've gone up since then. It would be pretty sad if we fell down in the Irish charts since then. But it's possible. When Doug Funny is porking your ex-wife, it's time to quit. Yes, indeed. He does look just like Doug Funny. I was telling people years ago that Cohen was a Zionist, and they all laughed, and these people were progressives. Cohen is more dangerous because he's actually not stupid. No, he's a brilliant guy, obviously, but you're right. That makes it more insidious, of course. Vientikis, remember that bit where Cohen asked the concierge at the hotel for a small boy and how it became a story for half a minute and then died? I don't remember that, actually.
I don't remember that either.
During the lockdown, everyone turned to anime. The Zionist owners got pissed and are now rushing to destroy Japanese culture. They're flipping Japanese companies to follow DEI crap. Speaking of Iran, I emailed you guys a very interesting video. There's a lot that seems revealing in all the side mentions in the video, so pay attention. Oh, look, the retarded dog abuser said something correct. Oh, hooray, I'm so happy or whatever. Yeah, fuck these people. Yeah.
What dog abuser?
He's talking about
Hassan. Oh, that's right. He zapped the. That's right.
How are the La Brea tar pits? Did you find Mitch McConnell? Nancy Pelosi, good one. He actually did not make the La Brea tar pits. We stayed mostly in Long Beach. That's where my uncle was. And so my wife went to a concert in Long Beach. And then, we just kind of hung around. Long Beach is great. I love Long Beach because it's much more of like a community than LA. And so that's where we stayed most of the time. And we just kind of, we flew 3,000 miles away to basically stay close to home, which is what we normally do. The only time I drove into LA was when I met Jimmy and Steph. We didn't go to LA before. I've seen LA a million times before. And my kids, I felt like one of the parks would have just been like way too expensive, given the fact that my kids aren't really old enough to like rides yet. So what are you going to spend $1,000 to go to Universal and not do rides? Plus the baby would have been very exhausted and unimpressed with the whole thing. He takes after me. And yeah, why would we do that? I sleep in separate rooms. We have dinner apart. My wife and I sleep in separate rooms. We have dinner apart. We take separate vacations. We're doing everything we can to keep our marriage together. Rodney Dangerfield, thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
Vientikis, no matter who you vote for, you get some soy goy for Israel. Yeah.
How long you married? I'm married longer than you, right?
Well, yes, you are married longer than me. We're married 11 years, but we were together for
So I
almost
just
16.
beat you. Oh yeah,
We're
so you're
together almost 16.
longer.
Together longer, yes. You know what I did see? Actually, no, we did go into San Pedro. My uncle took me to this dog park. It's a park people take dogs to. It's not necessarily a dog park. Amazing. Do you know the Korean friendship bell? I guess it was a gift from the Koreans, at some point. It's in The Usual Suspects. It's in the movie. Beautiful park overlooking the cliffs. I mean, that was awesome. That was awesome. So that was in San Pedro, which, I don't know, is San Pedro LA or is that Long Beach still? I don't know. I think that probably is LA. But that's one place we went. That was fun.
All right. So I asked my man Vinny about this, and he's really into Rush, the one who took me. He said he doesn't speak about it. Like he doesn't get into that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, we got one more segment on the day. I think I got a bug bite on my neck. It's either a bug bite or a tumor. I hope it's a bug bite. It itches, so it's probably a bug bite. I'll check that out after the show. All right.
Well, you just traveled, so you're definitely gonna have some grotesque wound from an insect.
Yeah, right.
That's what happens to you when you travel.
Yes.
Last time this guy went to Connecticut, he came back looking like Roddy McDowell in Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, I told Russ you might have to get to
his whole mouth was.
I got bit by a horsefly right on the mouth. I had to go get one of those steroids for it.
Okay, cool. So here we go. Rock and roll. Last call for alcohol, folks. So as I'm sure you all heard, Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner had a private meeting. Hakeem refuses to reveal what this meeting was about. But what's kind of interesting about the way this is developed is it seems like the libs are more pissed off than anybody else. They're more pissed off than the leftists or the progressives, or they're pretending to be. But here's James Carville. You don't meet with those fucking people. You don't meet with them.
Opinion of every Democrat in the United States. Progressive, moderate, middle of the road, left. We believe one thing above all. These people are a pack of felons and traitors, and you do not meet with them. There's only one thing you can do with people that you genuinely believe deep inside of every fabric of your body are pack.
You wrap that cayenne pepper up in a rag and shove it up the asshole. You're going on there with that cayenne pepper.
Pack of thieves and a pack of traitors. That's what we believe. And so you meet with Jared Kushner, we need to drag his ass before a committee and find about what backdoor dealing whorehouse shit he's got going on with Steve Witkoff and everybody else. We're not going to be nice to you. We don't
What about
like
with Cory
you.
Booker?
Fuck
There's probably
these
some
people. Saying, I'm taking a meeting with them, and then people out there knocking on doors, can't sleep at night, staying up in angst, worrying about what the hell is going to happen in the country, $40 trillion in debt, idiotic war, we're getting the shit kicked out of us. They have no idea what they're doing. They're making every backdoor bullshit deal they can. Don't meet with them. Don't have anything to do with them. Any business we have is going to be conducted with you under oath, subject to aggressive discovery. One thing that I know and you know, these are a pack of crooks, and they're
And they know about backdoor. They used to call them backdoor Melania. I ain't going to tell you why if you can't figure it out.
pack of people that don't give a shit about the United States of America, and we don't want to fuck with them unless we absolutely have to. No more meetings, no more bullshit. Throw your right hand in there, put your left hand on the good book or whatever you fuck you put it on, and subject yourself to purge. That's all I'm interested in. That's all Democrats are interested in of every kind of strife. So let's cut the bullshit out and treat these people exactly what they are and for what they are.
This guy.
Okay, so, but hey, man, it's not just the very colorful, fake Cajun accented James Carville. There are a lot of people who've known him who say that's a put on, that he doesn't actually talk like that. And I believe it. It makes sense. So he usually wears the whole New Orleans colors.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He plays
He's a
a
performer,
character.
yeah.
He's a performer. But it's not just him, man. It's the pod save douche over here, agreeing basically with that take, a little less colorfully.
People who say that the real difference between factions in the party is about who's going to fight and who's not going to fight. Hakeem Jeffries had a meeting with Jared Kushner recently that was reported. Does that demonstrate that he's not going to fight? Do you think that that was a terrible thing for him to do? Or is that somebody who's looking to govern next year trying to be responsible?
I don't think it was a terrible thing to do. I think it was a real head scratcher. Like, I don't know why you would take that meeting. Because I think if you want to talk about areas of common ground with the White House, because you're going to potentially be the Speaker of the House, there are White House officials you could talk to specific. Like if you want to find common ground on cost of living, then go talk to someone in the Domestic Policy Council who's going to make policy. Like, why are you talking to Jared Kushner?
Right.
And also, if you go and talk to the president's son-in-law, who also has plenty of corruption issues on his own, and you just think it's like just a meeting.
Oh,
you gotta
Jeffries
respect
doesn't?
that meeting is going to
He's
leak.
the
and
only
that
one in
people
that
are
meeting
going
with
to
corruption
question
issues?
your intentions about the meeting and about the next 2 years from taking that meeting, right? Like, and I know that Jeffries put out a video saying like, we're not going to give an inch, and you know, to kind of clean this up, and great. Like maybe that was never his intention to
You
like.
think that's not a mistake that Nancy Pelosi would have made?
I think that's not a mistake Nancy Pelosi would have made, for sure.
God.
Yeah.
These
It's
people,
all
like, they're living in
it's
another
all
reality.
about the horse race. It's all about that. All right. So General Mills did a market analysis, and they found black people don't like Lucky Charms. I knew I wasn't going to be able to do that one. So here's Hakeem Jeffries, the new spokesperson for Black Lucky Charms, just introduced by General Mills.
Y'all just finished up an event here in the community in Brooklyn. I want to give you a little real talk on this Jared Kushner situation. He asked for a meeting, and I took it.
Guy looks like he's taking book on football. Like he's walking around the projects.
Not a hoax.
Look, man, in all seriousness, if the congressperson shows up to the projects dressed like that, I would take it as an insult if I lived there.
Of course.
Like what? You think you got to come dressed like a clown when you come here?
Yeah.
Like that's the only thing we like here?
Yeah.
At the same period of time, I shouldn't have to say it, but I am.
Gets interrupted
No
while he's
one
doing this.
is going
Over under
to
34 and a
get
half,
a
motherfucker.
We're
I'll
gonna
be
hold
here on
every
Tuesday. Better have my
single
money.
member of the Trump
It looks
cartel
like he's slinging rock
accountable
over there.
beginning on day one. If you're stealing from the American people, shortchanging the American people, or screwing over the American people, you're going to be held accountable. We're going to follow the facts, apply the law, and be guided by the Constitution, beginning on day one, and hold the crooks accountable. And that's what we've done as House Democrats from the beginning of this Congress. We battled the Trump administration on tariffs, battled them on Medicaid, battled them on Epstein, battled them on nutritional assistance, battled them on the Affordable Care Act, battled them on the reckless war of choice in Iran, battled them on ICE funding, and battled them on the unprecedented corruption unleashed on the American people.
All right, so let's it's too bad we don't have any footage from the beginning of this conference of that battling. Oh wait, we do. Here's Hakeem Jeffries in February 2025 battling the Republicans.
To figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government.
Should wear the green Yankee hat.
What leverage do we
at
have?
all the events? Just wear green.
I'm dressed like this because someone stole my Lucky Charms.
Like, what a clown. What a clown. Like, he clearly made a deliberate choice. You know what? Let me dress like a moron and drive out to the projects and record this video there because that's going to make me look like I mean business.
And no one will be able to say anything about it because then I'll call him a racist. I mean, a couple of podcast jerks might make Lucky Charms jokes, but no one listens to that anyway. Nobody watches that show. Congressman Jared-Moskowitz, right after this meeting, I'm honored to be named ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa. At a moment of enormous change across the region, I'll work to strengthen America's relationships with Israel and our Gulf allies. Wow, that is really what the base is clamoring for right there. Expand regional peace, advance American diplomacy, and ensure our foreign policy is grounded in strength, security, and reality. I am ready to get to work. Wally Rashid here comments. Hakeem Jeffries sits at the top of committee assignments and decides which Dems go where. A couple days ago, the media leaks he met with Kushner. Today, it's announced the most pro-war, pro-Israel Dem has been put in charge of the Dem Party's Israel policy. Totally unrelated. AIPAC tracker. House Democrats giving a giant middle finger to the base, appointing one of the most racist, Islamophobic, pro-war AIPAC-backed representatives as ranking member of the subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa. Abhorrent. And there you go. $1,012,930 as of August 2nd to Jared-Moskowitz from AIPAC. Aaron Mate. Hakeem Jeffries was so impressed at their meeting that he got Jared Kushner a bar mitzvah present. What's the present? It's not just Moskowitz. House Dems pro-Israel wing gains power on key panel. This is from Axios. A trio of vocally pro-Israel House Democrats were given powerful posts on the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Tuesday, with one taking the reins of the subcommittee that oversees U.S. Middle East policy. It is a substantial win for the party's pro-Israel wing, despite growing pro-Palestinian sentiment among the party's grassroots. And it could have global ramifications, with Rep. Jared-Moskowitz indicating that if he becomes chair of the Middle East and North Africa subcommittee next year, he will use the position to shore up U.S. support for Israel. Quote, if Democrats take control of the House, I'll be in a position to help steer U.S. policy on Israel and the Middle East, he told Axios. In addition to Moskowitz, leading Democrats on the MENA subcommittee, pro-Israel reps Debbie Wasserman Schmuck and Wesley Bell, that's the one who beat Cori Bush, right? Wesley Bell?
Yes.
Am I right about that?
Yes.
Yep. Were appointed to the Foreign Affairs Committee on Tuesday. Rep. Mark Pocan, a pro-Palestinian progressive and prolific critic of the pro-Israel group AIPAC, was also appointed to the panel. So that's like what Joel Whitney told us about how inside the BBC they would have what was called a credibility story, right? So they got to throw that guy in to say, we are listening to all the big tent members of our base. Moskowitz, Wasserman, Schultz, and Bell all dispatched left-wing primary challengers this election cycle who went after their support of Israel. And this takes place right when this poll dropped. This is from Prem Thacker. Democrats in the first 6 2028 primary states overwhelmingly believe Israel is committing genocide and that the U.S. should sanction Israel. Say they'd prefer a candidate who will cut off weapons to Israel. Huge numbers say cutting aid to Israel will influence their vote. Well, you wouldn't know that to hear from James Carville. We got these far left people. They're not Democrat. They're not Democrat. I'm not going to be in the same party with these people. Is Israel committing genocide against Palestinians? This is the first 6 primary states under the new rejiggered calendar. South Carolina, 57. Nevada 78, New Hampshire 78, New Mexico 76, Michigan 80, Virginia 72. Should the U.S. sanction Israel? South Carolina 49. See, man? Do you see a pattern here? And then next time I do a Southern accent, you're going to tell me to stop punching down. Shut the fuck up. Nevada 68, New Hampshire 70, New Mexico 70, Michigan 68, and Virginia 61. That in spite of the fact that I've been doing this urban Jew caricature for 5 years. I've never heard that complained about. Would you prefer to support a candidate for president who will cut off weapons to Israel? South Carolina 65, Nevada 74, New Hampshire 75, New Mexico 75, Michigan 75, Virginia 66. And percent of likely Democratic primary voters who say reducing support for Israel will play a role in their vote. South Carolina 46, Nevada 61, New Hampshire 63, Michigan 65, New Mexico 59, Virginia 55. So most of these states, it's a little over half to 2/3 saying reducing support for Israel and promising to do it will affect their vote. And as Keaton pointed out in his segment, he ain't the only one. He ain't the only one bought out by Kushner Inc. Sabby Sab shared this. Cory Booker's receiving Kushner money. That's really honestly no surprise. Going back to 2013. He's a big real estate developer here in the region.
Kushner and they're Democrat. Even Trump. These people are all Democrats.
Right.
Basically.
Yep.
They were Democrats then, more or less.
Ben Rhodes. Democratic voters are expected to knock on doors, donate, make phone calls, vote, and deliver a majority, and then have their views completely ignored. Yeah, well, wait, have you heard of the Democratic Party?
Well, no, this guy was like Obama's.
The MO.
I don't know if he was Obama's chief of staff, but he was a big Obama advisor, this guy, and he's been saying all kinds of like provocatively based shit. I would love to interview this guy because this guy was the insider's insider, you know? Yeah, he's an interesting character, yeah.
And hey, no help coming from this quarter. Even this did not shake cool as a cucumber Zohran Mamdani from his pledge to support Jeffries, even though he's not even in Congress. Right? Like he's not voting on this. But here he is.
So 2 questions. I first wanted to just get your reaction to Times reporting on Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner. I mean, what do you think of Jeffries potentially being speaker in light of this? And then my second question is, it's now 2 weeks until the first day of school, and there's still no AI policy, and principals aren't supposed to buy new tech until there is one. So can you just give any update to that? Will be coming in the next few days? I know this is a stressful issue for schools.
It is, and it is an issue of immense importance to us in the administration, and it is an issue that we will be speaking to soon. And to your first question, I continue to support Congressman Jeffries and his bid to become the leader.
All right.
Yep. So let's see what he's supporting here. Hakeem Jeffries voted to cut SNAP benefits, allow FBI warrantless surveillance, denounce socialism per GOP bill, honor Charlie Kirk, empower ICE to deport many more, give the Pentagon a blank check, send billions to Israel, pass border wall funding, gut DC's local voting rights, protect military funding for Israel. Here's Shama on this. Mamdani, currently the most prominent public figure of the Democratic Socialists of America, continues to support genocidal Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House if the Democrats win a majority. Mamdani maintains this position even though Jeffries has been further exposed recently over a private meeting with Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner to see, quote, how Democrats and the Trump administration could work together, unquote. The Democratic Party simply offers no way forward for our movements to win victories for working people, defeat Trump and the right wing, and end the genocide and occupation. The DSA leadership's project of trying to launder the Democratic Party's reputation and build up their own track record of betrayals is a total dead end. We need a new party of, by, and for the working class. one that will build fighting movements against the billionaires and bring down both of their parties. I agree 100% with what Shama says there. And I think that the best use of people's political activism is to figure out how to do that. Absolutely. I think there are a lot of problems. We'll get into it on the left in general that, frankly, are the result of decades of psyops. But again, we'll discuss that. Here's our friend Nick. Zohran Mamdani endorsing Hakeem Jeffries, Hasan Piker condemning Hamas, AOC thirst trapping her way to the presidency while making Mama Bear proud. I told you guys these DSA liberals sound radical in the offseason. Not even, really. I mean, AOC doesn't sound radical in the offseason. Neither does Hasan. Neither does Hakeem. I mean, he's not radical. Zohran, kind of. But the second midterms and elections come up, the Democratic Party quickly and effortlessly reins them in. All right, so this is an angle that I think our friend Nick would probably appreciate. And I don't see a lot of people covering it from this angle. Now, if you want to talk about how they're going to get out from under pro-Palestine advocacy, James Carville, in another interview, kind of tells you right here what the game's going to be.
Was Netanyahu is sitting there, they're not going to do that well. And one of the things that people don't understand is coming up on October 27th, there's going to be an Israeli election, and Netanyahu's bloc is going to lose. And it's going to change opinions. And people are against the government, and there's some people, of course, are there anti-Semites out there? Yes. But for the most part, what AIPAC doesn't understand
Got a lot of self-hating
is
Jew
a lot
bastards
of
out
people
there.
and a lot of Democrats can't stand the current government of Israel. And you can spend all the fucking money you want telling me that they're good, and I'm not going to ever believe it.
Yeah. So when
There
they
ain't enough money in the world to convince me.
So when they spend money in an election, do you think the reaction is against the establishment, the lobbying, or is it against the like Jews?
Well,
because people say, "Oh, that's anti-Semitic. That's why they voted against it." You know,
well, that's stupid. First of all, the people that say that people that disagree with the policies of the government of Israel are anti-Semites are frankly full of shit. Okay, and they need to be told that. And by the way, I think, and a lot of my friends in Israel are telling me that the opposition government could win 61 seats in the Knesset with just a Jewish vote. You understand?
Oh, wow.
The Knesset is 120 people. I think they're like 10, maybe 12 Arab seats. And they're definitely going to be able to form a government. Some people think, so are half the Jews in Israel anti-Semites? I don't think so. That would be news to a lot of people, wouldn't it?
Truth is, they're not even Semites. All that food they eat over there, they stole that from the Arabs. Everybody knows that. They don't know. They don't know nothing about hummus, chickpeas. Come on, man. You ever go to a Jewish restaurant? Chicken says Polish food. All that food they stole from the Palestinians before they kicked them out of their houses. So don't tell me nothing about anti-Semitism. You can't be anti-Semitic against people who ain't Semites. They're a bunch of Eastern European cocksuckers moved in there and kicked the indigenous people. You know, you want to find Jews? Go test the DNA of the Palestinians. Those are the Jews. They converted over and they're still living there.
You ever go to Katz's Deli, order a tray of baba ganoush and Kalamata olive? I don't think so.
I don't think so. That's not their food. They stole that food. All right. That's the play. That's the play. You ever see Carville talk like that about the government of Israel? Nah. So why all of a sudden he's an operative, man? He's a Democratic Party operative. So why is he talking like that about the government of Israel? Because they believe, I guess accurately, I haven't really looked into this, but I guess accurately that the Likud party is going to lose control of the government in October. So they're saying, okay, so this is the play. When Netanyahu gets out, we talk about how much we hate the Netanyahu government and how bad they've been for Israel. We fully embrace the new government. And then we say for anybody who's still speaking out against Israel, you're definitely anti-Semitic now because Netanyahu's gone. That's the play. That's what they're going to do.
Yes.
And if you see a Mamdani, which I don't think is out of the question, if you see a Mamdani decide to work with Israel, it's going to be that way. It's going to be that way. He's going to say, well, we have a new government there in Israel, and we can't really, as the mayor of New York, I'll speak to anybody, and we can't really affect foreign policy that way. And the new prime minister asked for a meeting with me or a phone call with me. So of course I'm going to accept if a foreign leader asks to have a discussion. That's how they're going to do it. That's how they're going to do it. They're going to try to make it like the Netanyahu government was an aberration. There's nothing inherently wrong. They're going to want to shift the whole conversation to Israel's right to exist. Right? Well, if you're still against Israel now that it has a liberal government, you're against Israel's right to exist. Why else could you possibly be speaking against Israel? That is what they're going to actually do. Anything?
Yeah, I would just say, no, I think you're right. I think that's pretty obvious. And I think in terms of like their backing of Jeffries, I don't understand why the mayor has to chime in on that. Like, I just don't understand why you have to take any position on that either way. I know why
I
they're not
suspect
primarying
it has
Jeffries.
to do with funding.
Well, I mean, look, big picture, why they're not primarying Jeffries is because he's the money man going into a big midterm as the leader of the party in the House. And also, I mean, I know someone who used to work for Hakeem Jeffries. His district is heavily Jewish, that part of Brooklyn. It'd be very, very difficult to run an Israel critic against Jeffries and primary him successfully. Like, that would just be a very heavy lift that they're probably not up for right now. So that's kind of the brutal reality of it. Why you have to go beyond that and advocate for him as speaker? I don't
just
really
maintain
understand
neutrality. Like,
Yeah.
why do you have to?
I'm the mayor of New York. I don't have a say in that. That's it. That's all I gotta say.
Like I said, I suspect it has to do with funding. In regards to what Shama said, I mean, she's right, and this is what it keeps coming back to for me. Yeah, man, you need to build out that infrastructure, and frankly, and this is true of the DSA, it's true of worker strike back too. Show me a left that is not going to get brought on Jesse Waters and not know how to answer a question about whether you think children's dicks should be cut off, and then we'll talk.
Of course.
And then we'll talk. Until you have a left that can answer that question, hell no. Don't talk to me about how you're ready to take over.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
If you can't deal with that, you certainly are not in any position to take over you're not in a position to take over a freaking dog catcher's role, much in most places in the country, much less to take over the country.
I agree 100%. It demonstrates a lack of seriousness. If you really want Medicare for all, then you have to develop a basic political discipline, not to stick your foot in the most obvious bear trap that's ever been laid out for you on your path. And if you can't do that, then you're not winning. This is why, like, it's as simple as that, man. This is why, I talked about the Joe Kent thing and the Tucker thing and the Massey and the Marjorie Taylor Greene, as something I would be open to, because the left is just not serious. It's that simple. Like, you're not serious. Get serious or don't. But now you're not serious. Now you see Tucker just brought on that fucking lesbian midget, the who got run out of ICE. He just brought on Greg Bovino to act like he got shafted by
There's
the administration.
100 million illegal immigrants in the country.
Act like he got shafted by the administration.
That's a third
because
of the country.
They shot a
is
couple
illegal
people in the face. They shot a couple of civilians in the head and killed them, and so he got unfairly run out of town. That's the Achilles heel of that movement, is the ICE shit. Like, don't talk to me about libertarianism and civil liberties if you can't understand the abuses of that. If you're going to bring on Greg Bovino like he's some martyr, when he was too extreme for Stephen fucking Miller, Greg Bovino, and you're bringing him on like he got treated unfairly. Come on, that's ridiculous. Like, so the left ain't the only game in town that's not serious, but the reason these two parties are the two parties because they have the money and the organization, and part of that is because they kowtow to corrupt interests, but part of that is because through decades of gamesmanship, they've developed discipline, and these outside movements just lack the discipline to organize in that way, and you have to develop that. Otherwise, you're going nowhere.
Well, and these are workers' parties without workers. And this is, I am sorry. I've been saying this over and over again. They're so attached to the culture shit that they won't say it, but they don't recruit workers because they know if they really had workers, that shit would be out
they'd
the
have to
window.
cancel them. They'd have to cancel them. They'd have to throw them out.
Right. You go to them and you
they'd have to
say,
kick 'em out.
no, I think the state should have the right to take your kids if you don't affirm them as trans. Yeah, go tell that to the average worker. So they can't have workers. That is how committed to that they are. So don't tell me how committed you are to workers if you're fucking obsessed with niche gender shit to the point that you'd rather embrace that than have workers in your movement.
Yep, I agree. All right, while we take our remaining super chats and rumble rants, I'm going to pull the scroll up while we do that, and then we are out of here. All right.
Virtuoso, my man. I missed the Roger Waters interview. Well, it was up there. I'll catch it on the playback. Can you do me a favor and give me a 9 to 5 sound drop as I'm working 4 to 12 right now? You know what? I meant to do that. There's been so much going on today.
Pigman.
Oh, I forgot
We
to
also
play
wanted to do
that for
Pigman for
Roger.
Roger.
Yeah.
we should have done
do
that.
we still have that on the soundboard?
Yeah, we
'Cause
still have
stopped doing morning shows. No, we have Pigman. Do we still have not? Nah, we don't have it up there anymore.
Oh, that's right. You know, I forgot.
We took down 9 to 5
I
because
forgot
we
we even
weren't
did
using
that.
it anymore.
I forgot. It's been so long since we did the morning show. I forgot we even had that on the soundboard. That's right. Good memory, Virtuoso. See, Virtuoso's an OG. He knows
He's
what's
an
up.
OG.
He knows what's up.
We got. I definitely didn't take Pigman off.
No.
It should be. It should be with. Yeah, do
While
your
you're
thing.
looking.
I'm
Vientica
looking.
says, by the way, not so commonly talked about beliefs are those who thought they were divinely chosen were the Japanese during Koko Shinto and the Incans when they formed their empire. As Scooby, go Hasan, fuck Israel, thank us, Scooby.
Oh yeah, there we are.
Go ahead. I thought you had 9 to 5.
No, 9 to 5.
I guess
I
we
definitely
retired it.
took it out because we stopped using
we stopped
it
with
'cause
the
we
morning
didn't do
show.
a morning show anymore. And remember, we were running out of slots, so I purged some of them.
I'm sure El Sayed would love to say Hassan's 100% right, but he knows people are retarded sheep. Yeah, I agree. Look, I know why I did it. It's just that stings because, they come after you like that. Hasan had your back there. He wouldn't have won that primary without him, no doubt about it. The Bills, that's right. Eric Rousseau says, I grew up in Long Beach. CSULB alumni. Did you go to the aquarium? Yes. My kids are big animal lovers, so we did go to the aquarium, which is a great aquarium. Not going to complain, but it's overpriced. It's like $50 for an adult ticket to that fucking aquarium. And that's too much for an aquarium. What is it, a zoo? It's not even a zoo, So it's a little overpriced for an aquarium, but it is a very nice aquarium. Oh, fuck, here we go. We're going to do the medical again. Thanks, Vienticus.
You know what aquarium I found extremely disappointing? New Orleans.
Okay.
I thought because of their very unique swamp environment, it would be like a really cool aquarium. Nah, it kind of sucked. It was like underfunded like everything else there.
There's the finale exhibit where they boil all the fish and make you eat
They make a gumbo. That's why it's hard to keep the exhibits in here because we keep killing them and making a gumbo.
Janitors keep boiling the fish.
Keep boiling up the alligator. Well, the best attraction there that's not underfunded because I think it's federal is the World War II Museum. That's actually a great museum. But I don't think that's local.
Right. Okay. I got a few more, but why don't you take the super chats because I gotta sort these out.
JT Rax, Russ, great question to Roger about the suppression of cultural music movements. Yeah, he was generous with his time. He stayed longer than he was supposed to. I was able to get everything in.
Yep.
Crime Stone, thank you. Axel Strife. Jeffries raided the closet, a friend of the show, Mikey Rappaport, for that video. It's true. He's just another one who dresses like a clown. Pete Sweet, Kushner showed pics or asked his price. Crimestone. I was going to ask Hakeem Jeffries where Mario is. I knew. Look, man, I have a problem with breaking, man. Like I knew going into that, I was like, I'm not going to be able to say that. I'm not going to be able to say it. Think about baseball. Think about baseball. Ethan Darcy, not about Palestine, but Hassan as dictator for life. Cray, thank you for all you guys do. Much love from a northern neighbor on the shores of Lake America. Thank you, man. Brad Gilbert, Tushama, it's the economy, stupid, not culture crap. Yep. Look, man, I've had that conversation with her. Wasim Garani, did you hear about Jordan forcibly and violently evicting Jordanians from their homes and then demolishing them to protect the American bases? No, I did not.
No, I haven't heard that.
John Smith, super sticker, thank you. You know what story I'm dying to do? Israeli tourist backlash in Thailand. Hopefully I'll get to it Sunday. Axel Strife, Audubon never truly recovered from Katrina.
That's right. You're down there. You're down there. Hamhawk, hey, I'm going back to Spain in a couple months and really enjoying the bilingual podcast because my Espanol is muy. Thank you, Hamhawk. Carville, you ain't no. Here, you read, Carville.
You ain't no Democrat if you don't want no 12-inch golden dreidel up your ass. How can you be a Democrat with no 12-inch golden dreidel up your ass?
Yeah. Kenman says, Russ, what did you mean by the Jesse Waters dick thing?
Because El Sayed was asked by Jesse Waters if he thought that, children should get their dicks cut off, gender reassignment surgery. And El Sayed came back with what, some people thought was absolute genius, but normal people are going to pick up on as really crazy. He compared it to circumcision. He said, are you circumcised? Well, then that's what El Sayed said. Are you circumcised? Well, and you should stop talking about this. It's between a parent and their children. Yeah, man, that's a terrible answer to that. So basically, listen, if you know anything about crazy eyes, it's pretty fucking obvious. You take a look at Jazz Jennings' mother. That woman is fucking batshit. She is batshit. If that's not Munchausen by proxy, I don't know what is. So the idea that all parents are responsible, you used to be able to decide to have your child lobotomized. Was that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Particularly around things that have to do with fashionable psychological diagnoses. The medical industry has a long history of getting things disastrously fucking wrong in ways that later on people look back on and say, wow, I can't believe that they let them do that. This is one of those things, and it's pretty obvious to most Americans. I don't know. We got into this a little bit with Sneeko, actually. I don't know, man. It's the thing they won't let go. What was the comparison you made?
It's their APAC. It's like this is like the APAC of the progressive left. Like what APAC is to most politicians, this is that to them. They can't.
They just won't let it go.
They cannot. Turn on the trans activist mob. Yeah, crazy stuff. Not to mention very offensive to me as a proud member of the circumcised community.
That's right.
Yeah. Very highly insulting.
It's very different from turning the hot dog into a taco.
Yeah, which just makes it look better. Sorry, makes it look better. As Russ said, it's very Art Deco. Yeah,
right. Yeah, exactly. You got the little.
Yeah. It has dimension,
Yeah. It's got the wedding cake shape.
Exactly. It's got the wedding cake shape. Yeah. That was engagement farming. We're going to get at least 50 comments on that and probably another like 1,200 views because of those 50 comments. It's good for the algorithm to mention circumcision.
Pretty much.
On a regular basis. We should change the please clap at the end to some sort of circumcision PSA. This way everybody will comment on every video and that'll increase views. Yeah. Gotta do something.
That's even better than mispronouncing the names.
Yeah, exactly. Siddhartha Vicious, a good work-based sound drop will be The Job That Ate My Brain by the Ramones. Yep. Yes, it would. Good call. All right, everybody, that's our show. Thanks very much for being here today. Appreciate you all. It's good to be back. We will see you back here Sunday evening, and then we have movie night is Monday. Really special movie night this month. We're going to announce that on Sunday night, so we are excited about that. But you can become a member to access all that. DueDissidents.substack.com or patreon.com/DueDissidents. Check out our Sneeko interview. It's available for paid members right now. It'll be available for everybody next week. We want to thank our YouTubers, our Rumblers, the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. Big thanks to our very special guest, Roger Waters. I wanted to say Sir Roger. He should be Sir Roger Waters.
But he should be, but he never will be.
That's the system. In a better universe, he'd be Sir Roger Waters.
He would be if he were playing concerts in Tel Aviv.
And that's right. That's right. Thanks, everybody, very much for being here. Until we see you again, pleasure spending the afternoon with you all. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.